never claimed the term. He just thinks he's the perfect dwarf. He's a dwarf drunken master, always in his cups, incredibly strong and hardy, and his favorite battle cry is, "Here, hold my beer."
Very famous battle cry. So we are going to pick up where we left off, resuming in the shiny
He's in the bar
cavern.
and he's extremely drunk. His favorite battle cry, "Help! I've fallen and I can't reach my beer."
Yeah.
Hashtag priorities.
Okay. So a couple points just to follow up with. Nyx, your health is, what's your maximum HP? Is it 39 or 34?
And we just killed Mr. Shiny. Looted his shiny shell after some very nice trickery from where is Nyx?
I'm in the hole.
Okay, down there. Yes, Nyx.
She's
Nyx
hiding from you.
Yeah.
Sorry, Nyx, what was
Yep.
your maximum HP?
Maximum HP was 34.
What can I say except you're welcome?
So
You're
yeah,
welcome.
so one last.
So someone should make Maui at some point later on as a character. Bald fighter.
Essentially, Loki has become Maui.
Well, you got the little hook there.
You need to become like a bald fighter and like sing.
A little bit of druid in there too for your shapeshifting.
Oh yeah.
So
Ooh.
starting up, basically.
And your hook is your arcane focus.
So when lastly we played, you defeated Shiny the Crab. I don't know if he actually has a name or not, but you killed him, got him to shed his shell, which exposed him and made him vulnerable to all your attacks. You were able to loot lots of gemstones and a couple magic items, I think, from his shell, and finding chests of gold in the sunken ship. And that's where we left off. I believe you all took a short rest, or did you take a long rest?
Don't think we rested at that point, but we were talking about it because we just defeated him and then looted the area.
Okay.
Can we do a long
Thorben.
rest? I would like to regain a lot of my spells back.
Thorben, shush. We all totally took a long rest. Totally long rest.
Yep. You want to spend the night in this. This isn't underwater in this cavern. This cavern is protected by a big bubble sphere of oxygen. So if you look up, you see above you kind of this endless ocean above you and all around you. If you exit through any point of the bubble, you get exposed into the ocean again. You have your little pod, your submersible, which you can get back into if you wanted to. It's kind of cramped for 5 people, but there's room in there if you want. But tell me, where would you like to take your long rest, or do you want to skip that?
Does this bubble have a control mechanism for calling the...
Yes, it's actually just below where the submersible is. You see that kind of old boat-looking thing. That's actually a control, like ramp type thing. I'll see if I can draw it in. But it is just a little bus stop pad type thing.
So I think if we have a control panel, we should be able to, shouldn't have to, like, stop the pod from moving.
As long as this person doesn't call a whale on our heads, I think we should be good.
Aww.
I don't think she knows what the ring, that magic ring she found, does yet.
Yeah, if you
So,
attune to it over
I
your rest,
see-
though.
I see her
Yes.
spending the whole 8 hours just trying to figure out what this ring does, and like right at the end, figures it out as a whale.
This
I get a gleam in my eye.
I no longer have bardic inspiration because I use that to try to.
That's correct. You
I use that to try
Thorben,
to.
about that. Thorben, about that.
Yes.
I'm taking away your bardic inspiration privileges until you learn how to freaking behave.
It was just a little kiss.
I know how to behave.
Sorry, I should not speak for
There you
Thorben.
go.
I just love it.
Since we're going to be taking a rest, Loki is going to cast Command on Thorben at
Oh,
a
dear.
second level spell.
Command. What's the command?
Corner. And he just like points over to the other corner. Like other side of the place.
Oh dear.
Like literally, he just tells you corner.
So is that a wisdom
No,
saving throw?
Yeah.
Command.
I guess it's just what first level. So yeah, he basically just tells him corner. So you have to make a wisdom save.
I'm reading the spell here for a second. Yeah, but it's me.
I think this only lasts for 6 seconds. It's a 1 round.
Fine, Thorfinn. Yeah, I mean, because your command is very not very clear. Even if he fails it, I'm not sure what he would do with that command.
Basically, go
It's-
sit in the corner.
It's up to the DM's discretion if it's a more interpretable word.
Yeah, I think it's a moot point because Thorvinn's able to resist it. And
Yeah,
plus,
he's able to.
with
He's able to beat it.
yeah. So
Yes, Loki, that is very good. That is a corner. This here is a rock. That
Time out.
Yeah.
I want to cast Cutting Words on his wisdom save.
Yes. Dude.
Honestly, I thought that was so hilarious, Thorfinn. That was some great character play. Yes, you're right. That is a corner. That is a boat.
This
A
is my
broken
dagger.
boat.
Let me see what Cutting Words does real quick.
That's what you would have done, and this is my dagger. Want to keep going?
Okay,
Cutting
I'm gonna
Words.
roll a d6 to see how much I take off of it.
doesn't that have to be done before we determine whether I succeed or not?
Oh well. Well,
Yeah,
it's
you
not worth.
succeeded.
It's not.
yeah.
Okay, then I undo that. Then I'll save Cutting Words for later.
Yeah. So I think if you guys are taking a short rest, where do you want to, or a
Alright.
long rest?
Long rest. It was.
Okay. Where do you want to set up camp?
I think near the control panel would be good. Check out these grass.
Okay. So you want to set up camp on, we'll just call it the bus stop or the submarine stop.
There's like this
Mm.
grass trail here.
Mhm.
Want to just maybe like a hidden camp right in there.
Those are basically like
think
extremely
we-
tall reeds.
I feel like Loki will pick up.
I'm gonna
Something-
investigate search around the area. So I do a perception or investigate to kind of look around the area for more.
Can you highlight
Yeah.
the area that you're looking in? Or just put your menu there, wherever you want to kind of be investigating.
We've already looked at the ship itself pretty close, so I'm thinking more down in the along like back like here and all up by this.
Yeah, as you begin to trudge through there, your feet sink into the silt, which has been it's all dried up, so it's like a fine sand. But once you start passing over towards the southern end of the corner, you begin to sink deeper and deeper, and it turns into more of a muck and a sucking mud puddle that each step kind of just becomes harder and harder to take. You don't see anything worth taking or anything. There's basically just rock, silt, and muck over here. If you want to roll a investigation check, I'll just save you the time and say there's nothing down there that you would be able to find. So despite your best efforts, you kind of get an idea that this whole area down there is nothing.
Okay.
I kind of just want
Make
to
30 down.
make sure just this area is secure, that it would make a good hiding spot for us to just take a rest in.
Okay. Yeah, just roll survival.
Hold.
I think that looks like a good spot to rest.
So you're able to actually make it quite kind of a comfortable little spot, despite the fact that there's no natural lighting in here. There's just this kind of ambiance blue glow from the entire world around you from outside the bubble of the water. So everything's in this kind of shaded blue tint. But you're able to cut away some of the reeds, kind of lay them down so it's a mat almost, because these things are thick enough to where it's almost like the size of bamboo shoots. So you cut those down, point them down into kind of a mat, and you can set up a little camp. If anyone has any cooking stoves or pots, anything like that, you can make a meal and kind of begin
We're
your
gonna
long
do
rest.
crab. We're doing a crab pot
Oh,
later.
yeah.
Yep. You guys want
Loki. I guess Loki's gonna be the one to cook that up since he's probably got the best survival here.
to go for it?
I rolled
Yeah.
a 19 for setting up camp, guys. I made a pretty good camp for you.
Yeah. You have you're gonna rest in comfort. So,
Sweet.
Loki, what's your survival?
So survival.
Crab pot back, guys.
Okay. Yeah, that's some delicious crab. Very tasty. A hint of salt, but that's a pleasant taste for you guys, and very filling.
Also, apparently, he did a pretty damn well for Isabel too.
Mm.
I brew some ale while we're waiting here.
Yep. You guys are just having a good old party this evening, and despite not being able to see any difference with the landscape, the sun basically sets and comes up in the next morning. Everything looks about the same, but you've completed a long rest. So you're all back to full health if anyone wasn't already, and you get all your spell slots back, and you guys stretch, and
Our hit dice.
your hit dice return back, so if you need to take a short rest later, that's all back to full. And now, what would you like to do?
So for the rest, for when they were resting, Loki would be resting inside the submersible itself.
Okay. Yeah, keeping watch in case it moves or anything.
Miles is totally for that.
Isabel's gonna ask Nyx if she trusts being alone during the night.
I'm fine.
Okay, just checking, and then I'm gonna go back with
Wait.
Loki.
At some point during the night, I think I have a relatively good sense of humor as long as it's not cruel. I lean over to Loki and I go, so, I have a pen with ink in my bag. And Thorfinn falls asleep. I think he's pretty well deserved being...
You
little
guys
bit
are
of
so
graffiti.
mean to Thorfinn.
Oh,
Is
yeah.
it- Isabel hears this and pulls out a jar of ink and goes, "You can use mine."
Loki walks by his finger. I'm gonna
Okay.
cop it to you.
I'm just talking to Nyx because she's the one who has deserved a little bit of retribution
Oh yes.
for
Okay.
this slight assault on her person.
It's
So
funny
I'm
but
assuming-
sad.
Is Nyx over here by Loki right now, or where is she?
Oh,
Eh.
I think in the middle of the night we should do some artistic drawing.
Thorvin does
Yeah.
have a bald head, and there's probably some tattoos already on there.
Yeah,
So,
I'm thinking we should add to it.
Okay, so I'd like
Loki-
Thorfinn.
Nobody should tell him. Nobody
Thorfinn,
should.
you can roll a perception check, and then if it's Nyx who's going to be the one doing it, or is it Miles?
Oh no.
I
Loki
was
has an
gonna have
ability.
Nyx to do it because I have no stealth.
Okay, so that
Isabel,
so I
Isabel
guess
raise her hand. Be careful, because if he wakes up during and Nyx is hovering over him, he might get the wrong idea.
I'll do it.
Nick shivered.
I-
My hero.
If you draw on his face, I'll cut off his beard.
No,
Oh,
that's
no,
too far.
no.
Even Nick holds her hands and is like, "You don't touch a dwarf's beard."
Isabel looks at Loki and says, "If you like your beard, don't go cutting off someone else's. He's a dick, but he doesn't even deserve that."
Fair enough.
man, you are totally
And
a
then-
trickster.
and then-
Cleric.
And then I'm gonna kick you in the leg like, how dare you?
Okay. Anyways, at some point during the night, there is
So-
a little bit of pranking happening.
Let's make sure he has some ale in him tonight.
So he has a 7.
Get him drunker. Can we get him drunker before this happens?
Who has a high alcohol tolerance and can drink from under the table?
Me.
No, I think
Besides Nyx.
I feel like
Pretend
Miles
to-
could do it.
Miles.
Yeah, let's get Miles to do it.
Can I drink with him? Because I feel like I would be the one to drink with him if people were, but like not actually drinking all of it, just like pretending to drink. Do it roll a performance. He rolled a 7 on perception, so I'm wondering if my performance I could pretend to drink a lot and just keep him going.
Yeah, if Thorvin, do you think you'd even notice if Miles is trying to pretend?
Pretend drink. Let me see here.
Isabel pulls out her lute and goes, I could play a lullaby to get him to sleep if you want.
Let's see. Let's see if he would actually, if he would notice that he's pretending. I guess would it be a sleight of hand to counteract it? Probably.
Insight.
Yes, he should insight.
Insight. Okay, not perception.
I would say
That will be insight versus deception.
I'd say deception. Yeah, I think that's fair. Go ahead.
Hold on. My character sheet. Deception 20.
Thorvin, I think you're seeing a new drinking buddy in a new light you've never seen before. A human man who can hold his alcohol pretty well, it seems.
Yeah, and even though he won in the arm wrestling fight because I rolled really poorly, but he still won in the arm wrestling fight. So he has a lot of respect for Miles. If he can drink, he can drink. It's like, you sir are rarefied, a man that can drink like a dwarf, arm wrestle like a dwarf, and I hope you can smith like a dwarf. You can at least smith.
So the night wears on. You guys turn in for the evening, and then it's going to be probably about middle of the night or so when people are being sneaky.
Well,
Thorvin is thoroughly passed out from his liquor.
yeah.
Real quick, I would like for Isabel to pull Nyx to the side and talk to her about something private.
Okay.
He's doing the pranking. I'm not actually pranking because I'm actually gonna sleep. I would like to sleep.
Nyx,
Yes.
so I have a question.
Very hesitant. Yes.
What I did earlier, do you think that was out of line?
What in particular?
I kind of like motion over where like Loki's standing, and I'm like looking away like that.
It
I
was
feel
a
like Loki would
moment.
be. So I feel like Loki would be drawing on Thorvin's face right now.
I'm
Just,
trying to look up some good images to see if we can get like a good prank.
So
Isabel asked Nyx, so like, how did that like look? Did it look okay, or
Adorable in the moment. You had
Okay.
the feelings, right?
Isabel's like, good talk, I'm gonna go now.
Okay.
Can I roll a sleight of hand?
and then Thorvin, if you can roll perception.
I rolled that earlier at disadvantage. That 16 and that 7.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, so your face twitches in the middle of the night, and you kind of roll over, muttering in your sleep. But the night passes, and Loki is doodled all over your head.
Okay.
So on the back of his head, I draw a face.
Nyx is gonna sleep in the ship tonight.
Yeah, Loki draws a derpy-looking face on the back of Thorvin's head.
Did you say dopey-looking face?
A dopey-looking face.
This is gonna be great. This is gonna be great.
So Nyx, if you can roll a perception check up there.
Perception. 11 plus 1, 2, 3. That's and 1, 2, 3 because it's double perception.
Oh.
Because I'm a rogue, so that is 17.
Okay, yeah, with a 17, you're able to make a pretty decent camp, and you notice that things are still, but just wafting up from kind of the crab's lair down and wedged into the rockery from across on the other side of the ship. You can just smell this kind of fishy stink, just this aroma. And there's nothing moving around, it's just that kind of ever-present smell. Not terribly pleasant. But otherwise, you all passed the night peacefully.
I think you should also draw some eyelids over his eyelids.
Yes.
Eyelids. And then give him like a unibrow for sure.
Yeah.
He needs a unibrow.
We're gonna give him a unibrow and one of those like funky eyeglasses on his face.
A monocule.
Yeah, a monocle.
Give him freckles.
Just kind of like draw something like just below the nose, so it looks like there's something hanging there.
Yeah, like a booger.
I think that would go into his beard a little bit. So we do gotta move this along, or else you really are gonna drag this into 3 parts.
So after Loki goes back to the submersible.
Yep.
Okay, continuing on.
So you all wake up, and there being the chance that Thorvin, you'll be able to see your reflection in the glass, I would like you to make another perception check.
Alright.
So, bacon's frying, get a good hearty breakfast in, you all kind of load up, I presume, and kind of move on to the next
We're all
next
kind
section.
of chuckling to ourselves. Then we get in the submersible.
Everyone's... Oh, sorry, I'm moving you guys around too. So you guys seem to be in pretty good spirits. Would you like to... Yeah, I think Thorvin with a 25 insight, you'd be able to see some things up.
It's like... What's so funny?
Your face.
What are you talking about, good sir?
Well, you can't look at me with a straight face, and while that's not and you keep laughing. I mean, not everyone I meet has a straight face, but something's changed.
Loki's gonna say, you look in the beard.
You think I'm a dwarf? You think I carry a mirror with me into a dungeon?
Never hurts to have one.
Right, I should know better. I'm sorry. I should know better. Forgive me.
Okay, let's get the show on the road, guys. Who's driving this thing?
Nick starts it and puts it in gear. Onward.
Do you go forwards or back?
The way I'm going towards the way that we did not come from. We came from one area, we're going to the next.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty. So the submersible continues on. It's pulling in towards the top of this this sphere. And what you see when you pull in into this bubble, it seems to be kind of a coral reef area. This one is submerged in water. And then what you see on top of you, instead of like the blue sky, you see a chaotic mess of cloud and stars and pulsing energy.
Oh.
I may have... So is this, like, in the water still?
You're inside the submersible. It pulls up to a station. It is a swamped bubble. There is no... there's no air outside.
Can we see any air bubbles like we saw at the other swamped one?
Nope, but you can see up above you is what looks to be instead of a surface, like if you were in the ocean. I'm missing someone. I'll have to go back and get one more mini. But you see stars,
Isabella
kind of
is-
foggy
I'm missing.
haze.
Well, boys and girls, we ain't in Kansas anymore.
I don't think we're gonna be able to do much here. We should just head on.
Could this be another plane? Like the other plane? Though.
That's a good idea.
If
We
Nix,
roll
if you want to
insight.
roll a, I don't actually. This might be an Arcana check. I don't think you. You could roll either a History or Arcana.
Okay, I will. 20
I'll roll that.
plus Arcana, Insight plus 3. That's 20.
So everything that you're seeing, it makes you think of descriptions you've heard from old textbooks or wherever you may have picked it up from a storyteller, perhaps something that looks to be part of the astral sea, perhaps like some. It's like this void that's just, if you go too far up, it's just gonna breach the edge of this plane and you'll be in space.
That doesn't sound safe. Move on.
There is no surface here.
Moving along.
Yep.
I have a feeling of some. I've got a feeling. The way this is going, and they're seeing the paths, I think it forms a pentagram.
Don't say that.
Spooky.
Okay.
I don't
You,
think it.
do you want to go ahead and move? You'll have a choice because at the junction at this stop, there's actually two paths. You can turn left or you can kind of continue straight. It's up to you which direction you want to go.
Straight.
I think
Oh,
we need
straight.
to go straight if
Oh,
we're
straight.
planning
We're
on
continuing
going the
straight.
whole thing
We're,
first.
we're completing the circle first. Again, I get the feeling that this is going to end up being a pentagram.
I don't think so. But it does look like there's probably going to be more than one island in the center, so it might
Probably.
be something. So continue straight.
There's a,
Okay,
a
go
kind of pull and there's some gear whirs and whirls as the machine begins to move forwards again. Everything around you is kind of a little bit lighter up here. You see fish, these schools of brightly colored little fishies swimming around past you, non-threatening. And they continue to curve around the curvature of this sphere and begin to go into a dive into what looks to be another coral reef. Let me get back on the reveal tool. And as you pull into here, you push through this kind of air bubble, and you see before you an air pocket, but it's also kind of like a lagoon at the same time. And you see below you, before you, a mermaid swimming by in one of the lagoons, and she disappears beneath the surface as soon as you break into the water area.
I don't trust
Non
it.
non-demonic face like
Nope.
like the was pictured there.
It looks almost the same as the other one that you fought, the evil ones, but it is not. It's got a human face. The mermaids are very pretty, but you only see just the one, and it disappears from view.
Even though we went through what seemed like an air bubble, it still seems like we're underwater. Is that what I'm getting from this?
If you go into the water, this is what you'd see. I don't have an actual picture for the lagoon properly. Actually, I do, but it's got a mermaid in it, so I'll just make it visible. That's fine.
So, does it look like it's air or? Does it look like there's air or not outside?
So in the station, it's an open air position, so you can open it up, and you have kind of essentially the bus stop, and then it's kind of surrounded by water with bits of coral sticking up out of it, so you can walk across these paths
okay.
if you wanted to.
I get out and go over to the edge of the water.
Oh dear, he's gonna go flirt with a mermaid, guys.
I think I copied from the wrong map.
Everyone else,
I'll
stay
fix
on
it.
guard.
When he looks into the water, is it calm enough to where he would see his reflection?
There's ripples because the mermaid just went underneath, but yeah, if you were to look down, he could probably see that he's got.
Hang on, Loki's
More
gonna
than-
sleight of hand
More
a
than
stone.
speed, I've been tattooed!
Loki's actually gonna sleight of hand a stone across the water,
I think
so
it
it
would be
just
too
drops
late.
the reflection before he has a chance to look.
No, he'd be able to see with the water. I mean, you can still
More
skip the
than
stone
speed,
in,
more
but
than speed,
yeah.
I've been tattooed!
Okay, Nyx goes over, slaps his cheek, does prestidigitation, and says, "What are you talking about?"
It's like, look at me, look at me, beautiful face. I've been tattooed.
What are you talking about?
Again.
all of a
Look
sudden,
again. What are you talking about?
from coming,
Meanwhile, like the back of his head just has this goofy face on it.
what positions are you guys in? So there's the submersible, and I'll put that on the map layer. So if you guys want to put your minis on it, you can. I know Thorvin stepped out. Loki stepped out because he threw the rock. Nyx, you used magic. So are you still in the submersible, or are you outside?
She also like slapped me in the face, or like
Yeah, I'm next to him.
Okay.
So I've
I don't think you can reach Thorvin's face if you're like 2 feet.
I can jump up, right?
Okay. What about Isabel and Miles?
I'm
Look,
by
I'm looking
Loki.
up what I'm trying to look up. What are you trying to do with prestidigitation?
Clear up the
Make
front of his face.
Oh, you're wiping it off?
Sensory effect. You instantly. Oh, so you use prestidigitation to make it look like it's not there for him?
Yes.
Yeah.
Disappear. You make a color, a small mark, or a symbol appear, but in this case disappear, on an object or surface for 1 hour. So it's just gonna be not there for 1 hour, and then it's gonna come back. Is that what you're hoping for?
Yeah.
okay.
I love it.
No, like the whole thing, or just one individual?
Just the face, the front part.
Just the part you can see.
It's like he points his face. Look.
I don't know what you're
I
talking about.
get out of the sub and go, Oven, why are you pointing at your face?
There's
My
nothing
book.
there.
I've been tattooed.
Look
Some of
again.
it's
There.
actually, some of it's actually pretty fine work, but I don't remember it. How drunk did I get?
You
Too
begin,
drunk.
you begin to
Oven,
hear the
you
sound
have
of giggles
tattoos on
coming
your
from
face.
the lagoon.
Yes, but there's new ones.
Does he turn around to show everyone?
I don't see any new ones, Thorfinn.
There's
No, I don't
nothing
see
there.
anything either.
Nyx is gonna step up in front of Thorvin and do a perception check.
Isabel's
Yeah.
gonna look at Loki and to try and sell it, go, Loki, is this what alcohol does to people?
10
Yes,
plus
that
6
is why
is
we don't
16.
drink.
Oh my. I'm glad I don't drink.
So next you can see that there's a handful of mermaids kind of swimming around from underneath the lagoon, and there's a couple that have come up on the other side, just peering around the submersible at you guys, looking down into the water, and they are all giggling.
I will also make a perception.
Yeah, they're not trying to
Also,
hide.
like 10.
Yeah, you can hear the sound of the giggles.
Yeah,
Hello,
I point them
hello-
out for
Hello,
everyone.
pretty mermaids. I hope you're nicer than your friends.
Friends? You're our new
What friends?
friends?
We can all
Oh.
give them a brawl.
Can I do a knowledge check about what I would know about mermaids if they try to drown people?
I'll do
Yep.
the same.
You can roll a,
Yes.
I guess, a nature check.
Sure. It's one.
Nature.
Can I roll history?
I rolled a 0.
Oh.
Nothing.
That's a thing.
Yeah, if you wanted to roll
I
history,
have a
that's fine too.
-1.
Oh,
Okay.
got it.
I rolled a 1. It was totally worth it for rolling that 20 on perception. With
Yes.
So, Thorvin, you definitely know.
Good.
And
Thorvin
then,
has a +7 Constitution save, and he has advantage on things involving poison. So he has a +7 with advantage to drinking.
you're basically unable to be intoxicated.
That's
I
sad.
don't know about
Was it-
enabled, but
It wasn't so much about getting you drunk as much as getting you comfortable to have a good night's sleep.
So, both
And-
Thorvin and Isabel would both know that there's a difference between sirens and mermaids. These look to be mermaids. They do look almost identical to what you fought previously, though, except for the fact that they have human faces.
I hope you're nice to that. I was like, I hope you can understand me. Your ugly friend, your ugly cousins, weren't so nice down there. I guess is the bottom of the big watery spear south and us north, or we south and them north.
Thorvin, stop talking.
Loki's going to like crouch next to Isabel and whispers, "He's gonna get himself killed if he doesn't stop."
If he doesn't stop, we'll get all of us killed.
When
How's
Thorvin
goes
is
first
mentioning the other spheres, they seem to lose their smiles for a little bit, and they don't necessarily respond until the redhead one kind of pops up in front of you, leaning up on the kind of the shallows area just in front of you, and she says, "Will you be our new friends?"
Yes.
Define friend.
What does that entail?
Define friend, please.
You can play with us. You can get us out of here.
Define.
You're trapped?
Are you stuck?
We've been stuck here for a while. We can't leave. And
Hello? Hello?
we don't know. We haven't been able to keep track of time. The sun and the moon is gone.
What keeps you here?
We can't leave.
Well, point it out and I'll smart it.
She looks up and points up to the sky, and through the top of the air bubble you can faintly see that astral space area at the very edge of the place.
Has it always been like this, or did this just one day happen?
We were sucked in here a while ago. There were more of us. Some of us went to explore, and they never came back.
Aww.
We're all that's left. And then there's
Was your
the blue one.
lagoon? Was your lagoon somewhere else, and then this just happened?
Yes. We used to live in a beautiful world. We'd like to go
Isabel's
back.
gonna motion to Loki to get picked up.
Can I do a knowledge check?
For
I
what?
don't know if I should know this,
I
but
don't do it. Go ahead.
when a dungeon is created, monsters are just sucked in from anywhere. They go back to anywhere they were sucked in from.
You would have to roll an Arcana check with disadvantage to know that.
We could show you the way we got in, but that's gonna relate to a river, not to an ocean.
I want to insulate them.
Okay.
That's a nat one.
I have a really good
So,
insight.
You do. You would
I have an
find
insight, but I didn't help with a nat one.
you would be able to tell though that they are very attractive merfolk. They seem to be telling you completely the truth.
Would you
Thorvin?
happen to know this?
Thorvin would also notice just about the same thing, except there seems to be an element of sadness to them when they talk about something.
So, when your friends went to explore, they never came back?
No, they didn't. There were 6 more of us.
Where did they go to explore?
They went to swim down out of the bubble. They went to the bottom. They were all the men.
Isabel's kind of like tugging at Loki's leg, like motioning, "Let me up."
Loki will pick her up.
Oh.
And I'm gonna whisper to Loki. I'm not sure if this is like what's going on, but I'm gonna go. I think the fucked up faces were from what's up there.
Wait, one more time?
Right.
I think the fucked up. Remember earlier with the weird faces?
Isabel,
What
I
if
agree
they-
with you. Actually, can I hear her?
I mean, you and Loki are close in height, and like we're close together. So I'm kind of like talking to Loki, like this is what I think. So you can hear me probably.
Loki will nod. Very likely.
I'm not sure what. Go ahead.
Does anybody know what happens when a dungeon collapses? Or even when it's created, for that matter? Where do the monsters come from that are in here? And where do they go after?
Well, the last one I was in had 2 portals. One to the Nerria, and another portal that seemed to lead to some, like, giant lands. There were trolls and giants and other things, and a big bone snake. I've got part of his bones here.
No, I bet you once we close this dungeon up, these mermaids will get sent back home.
Maybe, or
Would y'all
maybe
Do you
like
think
that?
you can take
destroyed.
us home?
I think there's a possibility of us being able to get you home if we close this dungeon.
But to be fair, that could also equally destroy them. Everything in here.
Is it as her hand goes, I have a question.
The redhead mermaid kind of swims up to the area towards Miles's section and begins to pull herself up to sit.
When you ladies, by the way, I'm sorry, I'm being very rude. My name is Isabel. What's your name?
They look at you curiously as the DM goes to random name generator. Which one are you asking?
The redhead.
Both of them. But the redhead's closer, so redhead first. Blue one can answer if they want to, too, though.
My name is Rayan.
Hello, Rayan. So my question is, by the way, pleasure to meet you. You're very pretty. I love your red hair. It matches my dress, and I think it's amazing. I was curious, when you got here, what was the first thing you saw? Was it this area here, or was it somewhere else?
We were in the water, and she pointed down at underneath where you can see the background. There's that tree. We were surrounding the coral tree, and then we found out here, and the man wanted to go and explore see where the tracks went, and so they went for a swim, and they never came back.
Look at Isabel. Adrian, can I do a perception?
Hmm?
Their bras look like the bras from the people we killed.
Yes, you can see, especially since the redhead one is next to you. She has the same type of thing as the other one. Though I forgot
It was
they
the
all.
men. It was the men.
Yes. So it was not the guys that we killed.
Haha. This is, I think, Adrian's failure at remembering that.
Yeah, I think it probably is. It was supposed to be those ones that you killed, basically.
The men
So
wear
they
bras
were not the
in
men,
your
they were our
culture?
friends.
Okay.
We have memory loss from this dungeon.
I mean, I understand that. You've been here for so long, it must be very draining on your mental health.
Well, we'll do whatever we can to get you out of here.
You
I guess
So
will?
we
you
can-
said
Mhm.
you said the first thing you saw was this tree over here, ignoring Thorben's very shuddering comment like, ugh. So this is the first thing you saw?
Mm-hmm. We haven't left.
We should start looking there. We should start looking
think
here
it's-
then.
I think it's best if they don't leave here. I think we need to close this dungeon up. Other people roll. See if the dungeon closes, if they would get sent back home.
I got a 16.
What would we roll? Arcana?
What are you rolling for again?
Arcana to see if I've been through a situation with the dungeon collapsing before,
Mhm.
but I've no
I
made
know.
anything.
So, what you would know from that is when the previous dungeon collapsed, the other portal had already closed, the one that was by the giants, and so you had destroyed that portal so it couldn't reopen, but it was not open when you were there. When you took the anchor out, the dungeon started to collapse, and you escaped through the existing portal that you had gone through, which, as far as you had explored the entire dungeon, that was the only other portal that was active.
I think there is a chance that with this dungeon collapsed, you would be sent back to where you came from. But I've been through a dungeon collapse before, and it seemed like everything was being ripped apart. It's an equally
apart?
chance. There's an equal chance that if you stay here with this dungeon collapse, that you would be just destroyed with everything.
How frightening. You must be so brave, Sir Dwarf.
I am quite brave.
And she scoots a little closer to you.
He'll stop flirting with that mermaid.
Loki just says under his breath, "Please don't make his head any bigger."
Okay.
Isabel's just
Would you mermaids be able to be in dry area for a while at all?
We can breathe.
That's a persuasion to try to flirt with the mermaid.
You said tracks earlier. What tracks are you referring to?
She's playing hard to get with you, Thorvin. There's 5 total mermaids. These are the 2 that are kind of talking with you the most, but one of the ones that's still kind of swimming in the shallows points up at your submersible and points at the tracks that it goes on.
Oh, the tracks. Okay.
If you're going to take apart this place, can we come home with you? We don't like to be here any longer.
Do you have to survive in water, though? Where we live, there's only a well.
There was a river right by.
Well, they were creating a river that if they
But
could
could they survive
potentially follow the river to the ocean.
Isabel raises her hand again. And even if we did get them out of here, are they saltwater or freshwater mermaids? Because a river's freshwater, and this is probably saltwater. I'm assuming they wouldn't be able to sustain life there.
It was actually fresh.
Oh, they would migrate. Mermaids migrate?
But there's a difference between fresh and saltwater fish. A saltwater fish can't survive in freshwater.
Let's ask the beautiful mermaids. Can you survive in a river?
In a river? We could swim in a river, but we wouldn't want to live in a river. We're not barbarians, you know.
Isabel points and goes, see?
I'm not expecting you to live there, but could you survive there and follow the river to a lake or an ocean?
Lakes are freshwater.
I suppose so.
We could take us with you, but we'd have to follow the water currents until there would be a lake or body of water big enough for you to make a new home.
We would prefer that than to stay here, the Red One would say.
Well, if you can help.
I don't know what happened to your friends, but there's also a chance that you no longer are yourselves should you leave this area.
What do you mean, not ourselves?
Well,
What my friend here is trying to say is that magic like this has very weird properties, and if you're not careful, it might have detrimental effects on you.
Exactly. I don't know very much about magic. What this person said.
Thank you. I have a name, but thank you. I know things. I read books.
Oh.
2 of the mermaids disappear down underneath the water and swim down to the coral tree. The other 3 stay up here listening to you.
What were their names again?
I got one.
Is there anything of interest or shinies below the surface there?
I don't remember what the name was. I think it was Rhea.
Rhea, and did the other one say a name?
The other one is Ellen.
Ellen? Okay.
What did you ask, Loki?
He was asking if there was anything shiny or of interest below the surface where they're swimming to the mermaids.
What did you have in mind? There's lots of wildlife down there. There's oysters. There's
any pearls?
Pearls? You mean the little white rocks?
Yes.
Oh no.
Isabel's hand to face.
I have some, but they're my collection. They're the only thing that I've been able to occupy my time while we've been here. Is finding them.
You collect jewels. You have a fine taste. You have fine taste, my lady.
Thank you. The redhead one jumps into the water and emerges a little bit later. You can't breathe underwater, can you?
Nope.
No.
For a few minutes.
Unfortunately not.
If we could, that would make everything so much easier.
What do you eat?
Thorv and I go, you can breathe underwater for a few minutes?
Meats, vegetables.
He looks over at you. Yes.
So Rhea would swim over
Underwater
to
or
Nyx,
under alcohol?
and she would say, "Well,
Longer under alcohol.
what kind of vegetables do you eat?"
It depends on the place.
Asparagus, broccoli.
Carrots, cucumbers.
I don't know what any of those are. You could eat some of this, and she pulls out this kind of sea anemone looking plant. It's kind of like has a kale texture, and it's a kind of into a little fist-sized ball, and she holds it up to Nyx.
Sea anemone? Like, as in, like, zap?
It looks like an anemone, but it's a plant. It's kind of like a mix if you had a kale-looking anemone plant.
I actually look very seriously at the mermaid and go, you happen to have anything or know of anything that allows one to breathe underwater?
You could try this, and she offers it over to Miles instead.
I grab some of it, a little piece of it, and start chewing on it.
I go ahead and do the same thing.
Yep.
Just stupid enough to do it.
Loki will watch and see what happens.
Okay, so who
Isabel's
takes
doing
one?
the same.
So who takes
I'm
it?
assuming watching to see what happens.
Actually, Isabel would like to ask for a piece and do a nature check on it to see if it's on the up.
On the
Good
what?
call. Loki will take a piece and like hold it up to Isabel.
To do what? I missed it.
To try and gauge what it is.
Okay.
They being all sciencey about it, I'm just eating it.
Okay, so Thorvin, is anyone else eating it directly?
Yeah, me too.
Okay, so Miles and Thorvin, roll wisdom saving throws.
I would like to examine it.
5.
Okay. So,
I'm gonna look at it.
okay, you guys can roll nature checks. Okay, Miles and Thorvin, you take a bite of this and kind of just swallow it down. It tastes very salty for some reason, even though this is fresh water, and it tastes just kind of like if you ever had like vegetables that just don't taste good.
I've had dried seafood before.
Yeah,
Dried seaweed before.
probably something like that, but it's like a huge mouthful, and you just kind of swallow it down. You feel kind of a burning in your throat for a moment, and you probably would start coughing a little, and everybody who would be watching begins to see gills form on your necks on the sides. And for a moment, you're just kind of like gagging, and then like you just feel better. And then all of a sudden, you have this weird sensation where you inhale and your nose doesn't feel anything, and you realize your nose has gone numb, and you can feel your neck kind of flickering. And as you touch it, you have 2 gills on either side of your neck.
Awesome! He dives into the water and starts swimming.
Yep. There's a familiar kind of burn in your throat as you inhale and gulp a little bit of water down, but it flushes out the gills, and you can swim underwater.
You know how long this lasts for?
It's something that mermaids don't need, so we don't eat it. But back in our original plane on the ocean worlds, we've had travelers that have asked us to get them these before. They called it gillyweed.
Because of my nature roll, can I gauge how long this might last us?
Okay, what was your nature? I didn't actually see what you
15.
wrote. 15? Yeah, so you would know that this lasts for 1 hour per dose.
Okay.
We
Could-
get a couple doses.
Could Nix
for sh-
pocket some and then keep some for now?
Yep. She brought up 5 doses, but she can get you more if you ask her to.
I would go ahead and go down where she gets it from and get some where she gets it from as well.
Okay.
Yeah, I would like to collect a couple of doses too.
Okay.
I
So
feel like
And
we're
look
gonna
at
need them for a couple of those places out there.
I look at Loki and I go, Loki, do you see this? It's so cool.
Nix looks at the.
I go ahead and I show Isabella, Nix, and Loki the gills, for them to check it out because it's so cool.
Now, I can now breathe underwater. Can I speak underwater?
that would come out as garbled bubbles, but you could speak as well as if you were actually speaking underwater.
But if you knew Aquan, you'd be able to speak underwater.
That's what I was thinking. I wouldn't be able to speak underwater, but I could still.
Okay.
Yeah, if Miles, or sorry, if Thorvin, if you jumped into the water, you can still swim around and stuff, and you said you're going to go try to find more. One of the
Yeah.
other mermaids would swim up to you and start speaking in Aquan to you, and it just sounds like more bubbles and water languagey stuff, which you can't understand, but she sees what you're kind of looking for and points down at the seafloor and tries to mime you to look on the ground.
I go ahead
Okay.
and I look on the. Oh wait.
Is anyone else in the water, or no?
I go in after I showed them my cool gills, and I go and I look for more of the weed as well.
Okay, so I imagine Miles just kind of slowly wades in up to till he's underwater completely, and it's probably a very strange sensation as you inhale water through your nose and it flushes out the side of your neck. Very bizarre, but you can breathe underwater.
Loki looks at
guess-
Isabel. Cheers.
Isabella already has it in her mouth.
Yep, Loki will have some as well.
She sticks her tongue out at you with some weed on it. Like, bleh.
Okay.
I'm like, you like cheers, and I open my mouth and I go like, and it's like right there, and I'm like, num 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 num.
Yep. So as you're eating it and you know what it does, you have the option of automatically failing the saving throw and having it work on your body. Otherwise, your body would naturally have the reaction to fight off the kind of non-magical charm, whatever it is. But yeah, if you want to automatically fail the saving throw at will, you can.
I will try and roll. Yeah, I fail it.
Yep. So it's very bitter and weird eating it, and you can't help but to, like the gills form on your neck. So Loki, for you can feel the effect of the gillyweed taking hold, and you just kind of end up hacking it up and spitting out the gillyweed.
You have to eat your own spit up.
I ate
he's
raw mermaid earlier. I can eat gillyweed.
Thorvin! Thorvin!
So
Like he was trying to do this, and then Thorvin just says that. I was like, whoa.
I didn't say that. That's just because I can't speak underwater.
Yeah, I
so,
was gonna say like,
One more time.
no.
Oh, come on.
so this is the same like ball of gillyweed that you're trying to ingest because it's the only one you have, and so it's like slime covered and just gross and nasty, and it gets progressively
Isabel's-
harder to do.
Isabella's just like sitting on your shoulder like, come on, it's not that bad.
Nix
He's
is
gonna
going
take
to ask
no
the redhead
and do it.
if it's okay if we take a little bit more than necessary just in case to see if we can help them out.
Are you telling that to Rhea?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
So roll a persuasion check with advantage, and then Thorvin and Miles, feel free to roll a survival check.
So yeah, Loki's gonna kind of like pinch his nose and try to
Persuasion.
down it.
Persuasion +3 on that.
Wait, Loki,
Oh,
did
wait,
you
no, that's +6. Okay, so it's the modifier +3, so that's
Okay. So
20.
it looks like it's definitely over 20 at least. So
Yeah.
So Rhea nods, kind of dive bombs into the water, swims down to kind of where her own nest is.
Can he just purposely go at this point? Just like,
You just need to
Forces it
just eat
down.
this.
With the
Yeah, we just
amount
gotta
of
close it down
with the
at this
amount of
point.
rolls that you've done, I'm gonna say no.
Okay,
fair.
so
You've
We just-
Isabel's like looking at Loki with like for the first time disappointment, grabs it and like shoves it in his mouth and like holds his mouth shut and goes, swallow.
Okay, I would say that would work.
You can use cutting words to lower his wisdom save.
You just had to force feed him. Oh my gosh.
I like to
He's got such a high wisdom save. Oh come on!
Do you use
I'm gonna
cutting
cast
words?
cutting words right now. Cutting words right now. Yeah, roll in d6. Okay, alright.
His
Come
wisdom
on,
save would
the
probably be
dwarf
his
is
cutting
here.
words. Roll a wisdom save for her cutting words.
Okay. That's a +3 for me. Okay.
Loki, you are quite the beast when it comes to wisdom saves.
Seriously.
Hey.
So Rhea pops up out of the water, and she has kind of an armful of these little balls of gillyweed, and she has another 15 doses, so you're all able to take 3 additional ones. Thorvin and Miles, with your survival checks, you are scanning the floor of this ocean, and you're seeing the most beautiful plant life you've ever seen up close. You're seeing fish of all colors swimming around, darting to and fro, and you're seeing a lot of really cool stuff that you've never been able to see without breathing underwater. It's like scuba diving for the first time, or snorkeling, and you don't see any of these gillyweeds. You see a lot of other stuff. But not. In fact, actually, you can roll me a perception check really quick.
I also want to roll, see if I see any clams that might have pearls in them.
I tell her. I tell
Bad
her
rolls.
thank you.
Yep. She nods and actually holds out her hand to you.
I don't know.
I take it.
She would kind of pull you forwards a little bit, so you splash a little bit into the water, and then she kisses your hand, and then kind of swims away and disappears under the water, laughing.
Lynx blushes a little bit.
Oh, like any of the girls.
So
Isabel looks
Seriously,
over at
what
Nyx
is-
and like,
What's with you getting
Oh.
kissed?
so Eric and
It happens.
Miles,
Maybe
you-
it's the high.
Sorry. So Eric and Miles, or Thorvin and Miles, you both do not find any additional gillyweeds underneath the water. You don't see anything apart from the fish and all the fun things. And Thorvin, you do not see any oysters.
Is Loki able to finally get it down, or no?
I'm torn on this. I think just roll a percentile dice, and if you're low, then no. If you're high, then yes. 50-50.
All right, here we go.
He finally gets on one.
Come on.
Okay. So
I think at this point the gillyweed is just so chewed up, despite you actually even not swallowing it.
we'll say
it
Isabel
loses
has
its
to use
blue.
one of the other doses on it because it's just too. You
Yeah,
can't
he's not
stomach
gonna
the
have
other
to
one.
do it, Cause like
Isabel is going to grab a piece of gillyweed, put it in her mouth and like between her teeth and like face him just like
Feeding like a baby bird.
So Loki, this has got to be one of your low points in your life. This is the most disgusting thing that you have ever had to stomach.
Loki actually finds it adorable that Isabel's doing this, but he's also kind of like blushing if the others are watching.
Yep.
But he
I'm
will.
down.
Isabel just
You get it down.
Isabel
low.
is just fucking fed up with us. Like, just fucking eat it, please.
Now,
So-
the ink on my forehead. I am now underwater.
You can't see it. It's been presentation.
Yes.
just for
but
it to wash off.
Does it wash off?
I feel like
It
you
was
kind of
dry,
ran.
so
Like
Roll.
you have like cunning freckles.
I'd say just because
Do you
of
want
the
percentile
quality of
dice?
the ink, roll a percentile dice, and we'll say
I got you.
65% chance that it does.
another 31 or 81. No, 31. I just got it.
It's gone.
So the
As
ink.
I
washes
swimming,
away.
I'm seeing this face slowly melt off of the back of his head and going, "Oh darn! I was really hoping for a great reaction."
Do I need to make another wisdom check on this one?
I mean, if you want to have the chance to fail, I'm not going to give it to you again.
He's going to fail
No,
it on
no.
purpose that time.
Stop
Like,
it.
Swallow it.
I feel like if I roll with it, he's actually going to succeed, even with
Isabel, smack
disadvantage.
him.
Okay.
I'm about to.
Nyx is going to refrain from taking the doses that she has for now, since it's not immediately useful.
Okay, so you
So
have your original dose and the +3 that she has. You have 4 doses.
Yes.
Loki, you have
So
2
how many
doses,
do we have total?
and Isabel,
Like-
Thorfinn, and Miles have 3.
Does Loki have any?
You have 2.
Okay.
Since they're taking so long, can we do another perception to see if we find any?
Sure. If you want to just spend out, basically use up the rest of your hour that you have the water breathing and kind of go through and just explore the whole thing. Rhea would be swimming down next to you at this point, excitedly chattering with this dolphin-esque, like, speaking to you, and she's pointing things all around. Over by where Thorvin is at kind of the base of this coral tree, you see him beginning
Actually,
to...
Adrian, can
Yep.
I go back up and get Isabel's? Can she cast comprehend languages on other people?
I don't know.
Isabel, can you cast comprehend language on other people?
Let me check my books and find out.
Rhea watches you
Miles
swimming
would
up towards the
totally-
surface, and she has kind of a shocked, like, he left me? Look on her face.
I say,
Oh.
Rhea?
Yep.
Rhea. I turned to her and I go, when we're
Oh.
underwater, I can't
Or
understand you.
she doesn't follow you back up. She's still underneath the water.
I
She
go,
puts her
I go
hand on her
over by
hips
Rhea.
and she's like just watching you with a.
I go over by Rhea and as best he can without tries flirting with the redhead as well.
Okay, Ellen
Okay,
follows
so-
you.
If Miles
so-
comes up and asks,
Flirting with
Yeah.
both of them then.
Okay, roll a persuasion check and then go ahead, Isabel.
okay, so Miles is up here asking me. My question is Loki still trying to get this gillyweed down?
No, we're just gonna like say he fails just for the sake of it.
So Miles walks over and Isabel's just like sitting there with the most like disappointed look at Loki. Just
He kind of
and like without looking at Miles, like, what is it, Miles?
Hey, Isabel, can you cast comprehend language on other people?
Isabel like motions him to come closer
I come closer.
and just like pokes your forehead and goes, "You can listen to them now. I gotta deal with this right now."
I go jump back in the water and I go to the lady. I'm like, I'm sorry, I couldn't understand what you were saying.
You're in the midst of Thorvin and the 2 mermaids. They both are like arm in arm with him, just laughing underwater with their hair kind of floating up all around them. And then Rhea sees Miles coming and she breaks off from Thorvin and swims back up to you and starts talking to you really close to your face, but you can't tell what. Oh, you can tell what she's saying. So
Yes.
she's basically kind of being an annoying girlfriend. Why did you leave me? We were having such a good time and you just left me.
Can I roll
so-
again with just Ellen there?
A game of
I
what?
say I couldn't understand what you were saying, and I was hoping to be able to get your. I think you were pointing stuff out, but I couldn't understand you. Can she actually understand me speaking common underwater? She would.
Let me look at comprehend languages. I don't think you can speak it.
I can't speak her language, but she understands my language.
Not underwater. Yeah, you understand it, but you cannot speak it. So you're basically like,
Mhm.
blah, 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 I was trying, blah, blah, I can't speak, blah, blah, blah. And it just comes
The
out weird.
redhead may have left him, but he tries again, flirting with Ellen.
Yep.
Just out.
Yeah.
Anyway, so once Loki finally gets down, he goes to the water. That the first roll there, the 22 is supposed to be what it is. A perception to find a clam.
Yep.
For like pearl
So you
for
can,
Isabel.
are you inside the water or no?
Yeah, he got in the water.
Okay, so as soon as you kind of go down, you notice down, Thorvin is getting smooched by Ellen. And then a little bit away, probably like 10 or 20 feet away, you see a clam.
I have a question.
Yes.
Okay, Because Isabel doesn't want to ruin her dress, can I like use mending on the clamshell bra, take my dress off because I'm wearing pants underneath, and go in the water?
You do know
Yep.
that that's
You can do
bra
so in
that
the
their
privacy
friends
of the
were
ship
wearing
too if you want.
before.
Can I
Yeah,
use prestidigitation on the bra to like change it?
Okay, like color it or make it look different.
Yeah,
You
I'll color it red.
accidentally insult them.
Yep, I think that's a fair use of prestidigitation. You can make a color,
well,
small mark, or symbol.
yeah.
You can.
While Loki waits for Isabel, he goes and like swims over, grabs the clam, and
Okay.
goes back to the surface and like pulls it up to her, like after cracking it
To
open.
be discreet, before Loki gets back, I need to go change inside of the sub.
Okay. So yeah, you have enough time
So
between
I'll-
Loki going down and getting the thing.
Okay.
Basically,
Okay.
when Loki you're getting back up, she's basically just coming out.
Can we start swimming around? And I want to continue to look for more gillyweed during this.
Okay. Actually, you guys did roll perceptions again, and we didn't get to actually what you saw. So I know Eric rolled a 20. What was
It's a
Miles?
persuasion. Oh,
No, that was the perception check he rolled.
okay.
Well,
Yeah,
and you
that
rolled
was
one too. I don't remember what Miles got, but I can see the
Miles
perception.
didn't roll another perception.
Okay, so yeah, you go ahead and roll a perception. Thorvin, you would see, however, down at the base of the coral, it's kind of overgrown looking, but there seems to be a gate, or a door rather, inside or underneath the coral, and it's kind of grown over it. And it looks to be about just a 5-foot circular opening that opens in completely even halves.
Oh, he swims down and looks at the gate.
Mhm.
Hoping that Ellen comes with him.
Yep, she's tagging along your heels. And she's chattering excitedly as well, pointing it out and like shrugging and just talking, and you can't tell what she's saying.
Can't tell what she's saying, but I'll ask her. I'm back on the surface.
Okay.
Does Rhea say that they're going to go do anything? Or no?
She's following you around and stuff, and so you'd be able to roll a survival check with advantage if you're looking for the gillyweed.
My gosh, Adrian, you
So-
just tell me where it's at.
It's basically, I mean,
Can I bring
there
her back
might.
up to the top. Ask
Well,
her.
well,
so
she's
she can hear me.
talking. She's talking while you're doing it. She's showing you all the places that it tends to grow, but there's none that is harvestable. And she would basically say that she's given you the stash that she had so far.
Okay.
And she's talking to you about how when you get back to your own world, you're going to take them with you and live happily ever after. And it's going to be a dream come true to get off of this nightmare world.
Oh.
Nyx has an idea.
Okay. What's Nyx's idea?
Is Nyx the only one with without gills at the moment?
Yes.
Darn it, I don't want to use that idea. I was gonna see if someone with gills could basically do the survival kiss again, and if the air would transfer over from gills to lungs, if one of us happens to run out.
But you're the only one.
I'll
who
do it.
does
I'll do it.
You want to ask Thorvin if he'll kiss you?
No.
I think we all
I'm
already know the answer to that question.
I know.
Nyx,
Sorry.
Nyx, I'm just saying, if you ask Isabel, she's more than happy to oblige. Because she saw you do it before, it was so cool, she wants to try to do it herself.
Aw.
Is Loki going back in the water and looking for gillyweed, it looks like?
Yeah, Loki got
no,
it like a
that
net
was-
20.
What
I
were you
can.
doing? Because you rolled
It's
a...
basically more of him expertly opening a clam, like
Oh.
just seamlessly, just dagger, just.
Sure. So you wouldn't have even needed to roll for that. You basically get a 50 gold piece valued pearl. It's about the size of a marble.
Save the survival for gillyweed when we're back in the water.
In future, just let me know when you're gonna roll something so that I don't have to go
That's
back
what I
up
was
through
trying
chat.
to do.
Yeah, I know it's a lot of chatter when there's 5 people. So, but yeah, so you can pocket the pearl worth 50 gold.
All right, so he will give that to Isabel. Also, what color is the pearl?
It's a pearlescent white.
Also, Isabel's not wearing the dress anymore. Isabel's wearing the bra.
Nyx shyly proposes the idea.
So, go
just
ahead,
to
Matt.
see if we can help.
Isabel kind of gives you a blank stare and goes, "Let's do it!" Like, grabs your hand and starts to, like, pull you toward the water.
Oh god, let me take a breath first.
Yeah, Loki kind of like pops out of the water and
Yeah.
sits on the edge and
Like
gives
you're
Isabel.
just about to like try to
Swim
get her
lane.
attention when they both go in the water and disappear. Now, Isabel and Nyx, tell me what you're trying to do, because mechanically I need to see if it's gonna work.
Yes, she has gills, I don't. I'm going to see if I run out of air and she still has gills, if she can do the survival kiss to see if it will give the person holding their breath more airtime.
Okay.
Isabel looks at Nyx and, like, hugs her and, like, okay, so tell me if you're okay with this bracelet. Since you're so much smaller than me, I could, like, hug you or, like, ask you to, like, hold on to me and, like, kiss me, and then while I swim, you can get, like, enough air to, like, swim for a bit longer.
I'm going to try to stay near the surface just in case it doesn't work, so I don't drown. So it's going to be near the edge, and I'm going to run out of air and give you a signal, which is the thumbs down, which it means I need it.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. We hop in, and I'm going to give the thumbs down.
Okay.
Okay. So.
So I swim over to you and, like, give you the breathing kiss, yeah?
Okay. So the way that the gillyweed works is you inhale normally, but water comes in through your nose, but it's numbed so that you don't have that pain reaction like if you were being waterboarded.
Yeah.
But when you swallow down the water is filtered through the lungs your throat, which the gillyweed has modified, so you're able to absorb oxygen from the water in your throat, and then the excess water is pushed out the gills. So as you would try to give Nyx air back, it would be kind of a bunch of backwashed seawater.
Oh no!
As Nyx kicks up away from the edge and then coughs her lungs out.
The three
Is
other
it okay,
mermaids
like,
that do not have avatars here, but there's three other mermaids kind of floating around. One of them sees what's going on and swims up to Isabel and tries to give Isabel a kiss as well.
can I do anything against this?
Yeah, you can make a dexterity saving throw to try to push her should swim out of the way.
Very polite.
Okay.
Ugh.
I know, I guess that'll be a
Does-
flat
does-
d20.
does-
No, so you're
does,
able to dodge out of the way.
Does anybody see what's going on, like Loki or Thorfinn?
Yeah.
or-
I think Thorfinn focused on
Uh-oh.
the beautiful mermaid next to him in the gate.
There's definitely some girl-on-girl action happening down here.
So I think I failed.
You did
Never
because
mind,
she rolled a
me.
1.
Oh, she rolled a 1.
So you're able to like put her hand up
I
and,
see, but it's
and
unlikely.
basically.
So she, like, swims close to me, and I kind of, like, cringe away and, like, shake my head.
Yeah, she looks sad and then turns around and swims back.
Aw.
I'm gonna swim back to the surface.
Actually, I might have.
Ah.
With a 14, I might have.
You probably would have seen from below kind of something going on. You maybe missed the halfling one, but you saw the mermaid portion.
I'm gonna go back to the surface to Loki. And Nyx, and ask if Nyx is okay.
Isabel feels very insecure down here all by herself, a prone target. She doesn't want to have a Nyx happen again.
Yeah, yeah. I'm. Nyx, are you okay? Did it not work?
Not at all. Ow.
I'm sorry. I thought for sure it would.
Never again. Never again.
So Thorvin, roll a investigation check if you're checking out the doors down there.
So, and just putting this out there, she had a worse kiss with Isabel than she did with me.
No. Still worse.
So with a 16, Thorvin, you're able to uncover, just kind of pulling the coral away, and the whole time that you're kind of doing this, you're a dwarven miner, or you're familiar with like crafting and stuff, so you can kind of easily get things out of the way and chip it out to be a perfect circle to where the door is visible. And the whole time you just hear this kind of barbling chippering from Ellen, who's next to you, and she seems to be like just rattling on and on and on and on about something. You can roll an insight to see if you want to get the gist of what she's doing, but you're able to find that this is an old portal that is no longer active.
Hey, that's pretty good insight.
Yep. You can get basically that she is rattling on, telling you, don't destroy the coral. You're not supposed to touch coral. If you touch coral, it's going to die and you will never grow back. And this is part of our home and we've been here for so long. And just don't stop it. Stop. Oh, what'd you find? That's really cool. Wow, it's like a door. That's really cool. Keep doing it. Show me.
Yeah. So she sees Isabel in her new outfit, flushes a little, and then kind of like holds out the now open clam with the pearl to her.
Oh wow, it feels like he's proposing right now. I was gonna say that Isabel's kiss was physically painful, Thorfinn's kiss was mentally traumatizing.
The only good one was the mermaid, and that was on the hand.
Aww! Tell Isabel she should have taken the kiss.
Taking the kid.
Isabel just like reaches like for the clam and goes, "Thank you," and then like walks over to Nix and goes, "Nix, I feel bad. Do you want me to kiss you like better, or just like no, or
No, thank you.
okay?"
So
And then like Isabel looks at Loki and goes, "I'm so glad you didn't see what happened down there."
Nyx is gonna wait on the edge of the water for the red-haired mermaid to ask her a question.
Okay. The redheaded mermaid is fairly occupied as she's giving Miles a tour of the entire underwater sphere. She shows you basically all the nests that they've made. She shows you where all of the best fishing grounds are for where they get their meat, and then she shows you all the best harvesting grounds for where they get their algae salad type stuff that they eat. And she's showing you everything possible.
Are there any gillyweed by the harvesting areas that they use?
So that's what your investigations were earlier. She's showing you kind of where she's been getting them, but there are none that are usable yet. They're still little babies.
That's unfortunate.
But the hour of water breathing is somewhat coming up to an end, so they would take you all back up to the surface at this point.
Can I not open up this gate and see what's in it?
The gate is basically completely melded into more of like a stone. It's not stone, it's more like a coral style rock. But without trying to smash it open, you can pretty much tell it's an inactive portal. So even if you were to smash through it, it would just be the coral tree on the other side. There's no more magic imbuement into
okay.
it.
So it is similar to like the portal that brought us into
Yes.
the dungeon and okay.
Yes.
Alright, so he'll swim up to the surface, then once he figures that out.
Yep, so you both break up to the surface. Miles and Rhea, I presume at this point would go up to the surface, and that's when Nyx, you would see Rhea.
Rhea, what side did the other merfolk go and never return? Was it the left or right?
They went that way, and she points ahead of where you're going. Actually, no, she would have pointed backwards to the one you just came from. They followed those tracks.
Isabel's gonna go put her dress back on.
Okay,
So
right.
there's a gate, there's a portal just like that right near the base of that tree that would have sucked them in here. It's currently inactive.
So ideally, this will become inactive. Will become active again. Is this where they came through
Well,
originally?
it's as far as I can tell, that's what they came through originally. It's inactive. I can't tell you if it's gonna activate when we pull that stone or not.
I don't remember anything about that gate, but it's so cool.
Well, if we can get that thing to open up again, it would take you to your home, or you can come to our world.
Our home? And then the other 3 mermaids all kind of flock up next to you, Thorvin, and so there's 4 mermaids kind of all leaning up around him.
Irvin is very happy right now.
Yes, he is.
Thorvin hasn't gotten nearly as lucky as Nyx and I have.
This is true.
He still got kissed by that mermaid, and he's actually gonna kiss her again on the surface here.
Okay, she's perfectly willing to do so. In the back of your mind, Thorvin, you would, with your previous history roll, you would think that this would be very bad if they actually were sirens.
You know, I'm gonna roll percent out of 10 to see if Sylvan can do this. 50% tells you nothing.
Just roll again.
No, he was considering taking some of those gems he found and offering one to the mermaid.
Well,
See that?
is he willing to part with that with a 23?
No, he rolled low on the low side, so he's probably not. But he considered giving her a gem since he likes collecting pearls and.
I think he would.
I'm honestly surprised that Thorvin didn't ask the mermaid, "What will you give me if I give you this?"
Yeah, he takes. I know I got a ton of them, all worth the grand total of 300. He would take one of the jewels, and I was like, and offer to Ellen. This is
Never said jewel.
Roll a percentile dice. Okay. She looks at it and she's like, her eyes widen a little, and she says, "Well, dwarf, I've never seen something like this. This is not from our world, I don't think." And she takes it. It's probably like an emerald, just a little ring-sized emerald, probably worth 50 gold. And
50 gold. Okay.
She looks up at it, putting it up against what normally would have been the sky, and realizes that there's no sun out. And then she frowns and she reaches down, kind of pulls open her bra a little bit and puts it in there. And then she's like, "I'm gonna keep this forever, Thorvin."
Oh, keep it close to your heart, my darling.
She giggles.
Isabel's like,
Yep.
And all the girls are cringing.
Yeah. No, the 3 mermaids are like staring in awe that one of them just got that from Thorvin, and they all seem very, very watchful. Rhea, however, is over with the other group, the rest of you. And Nyx, did you want to talk to her?
We went that way. We didn't see anyone on that side. We saw a empty bubble with galaxy sky, but no other merfolk. I'm sorry.
Do you want us to follow you if you can get us out of here?
Actually, yeah.
Yeah, let's take him back on our way, because this is gonna do a complete loop. So we should take him back before.
Follow us. We can show you our exit.
That would probably be good, and then we can go to your world, Thorvin.
I would very much like that.
Would you like the risk? Would y'all be okay with that?
Well, we don't want to be here. Can we get home from your world? Or would we be stuck there, too?
It depends on how well you know the seas and are able to find your way to your home.
Is there a sun
well,
there?
every
There's the
river
sun.
does lead to the ocean, though. So if you follow the rivers, you'll find the ocean.
I think we would try it. We don't want to be here any longer.
I think it's your best option because we don't know what's gonna happen when this portal closes. There's a this dungeon goes, it could destroy you or it could send you home, and that's a risk. If you leave with us, you have the best option of survival.
Well, then let's go.
Okay, could Nyx roll a nature check real quick to see if the specific river near the portal does hit the ocean eventually, like
Yep.
from a map she's seen or something?
Yeah, you can roll it with advantage because you spent the last game over in that region.
12 plus 3 is 15.
Yep. So you would know that the portal from where it pops up into it's not immediately in a river, but there's that kind of flood river that was created because of the portal, and that leads down into one of the main rivers, which flows down eventually into the ocean. And that's the big one by like Holland's Rest and stuff.
Okay. Can I tell the could I tell the redhead that the portal has made a river that connects to another river that connects to the ocean?
Mm-hmm. Yep. And she seems to be pleased by this, and she's willing to give it a shot. And she's essentially the one kind of in charge of the 5 mermaids. So what she does is the others will follow.
Once you guys leave, we'll head back we'll stay in the dungeon. But if you wanna wait for us near when the river hits the ocean, we can meet up.
Immediate area where the portal was opened was a well, and I did tie a rope off to get out. However, it's just a short hills distance from us to the flooded zone we want to go to.
Well, we will follow you. We don't need to be in that machine, they point at it. We can just swim outside.
Okay.
Could they climb up the rope, or would like the bucket and the pulley system lifting them up be better?
The bucket and the pulley system got broken from the halflings.
Oh.
So there's Miles' rope, which is just dangling down just above the portal, so you can climb up that way. They would be able to do it if they've got good arm strength, or somewhere to help them.
Except you're welcome.
You're welcome.
You would remember that there's kind of a semi-waterfall out from the portal door into the world down here. So there is that to be able to get back up. There's no rope on that side.
That's good. Okay, Nyx hops into the little train thing and says, "We ready to... Which direction?"
We're gonna keep going straight, and that should bring us around to that first island we were on eventually.
If I were playing a druid right now, I would harvest some unripe weed to be able to start being a little bit.
Forget being a druid. If you were actually there, you would do that, Becca.
I wish I was right now, just for this, Adrian. My inner plant lovingness is wanting to do that.
If you had a herbalism kit skill, you probably could do it, but you're a smith, not a herbalist.
There's no way that Miles would be able to do that. I'm not doing it, but
I mean,
I'm,
she did give you a pretty big stash of gillyweed. You all have basically you had 4 doses total minus the ones that you've used. So most of you have 3 left still.
Yeah.
Except for Loki.
Loki has 2, yes. So you moving right along?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So
moving along.
you get to another point in the map where it comes to a halt. It kind of slows down with a very gentle brake until it gets to this junction, and there's a sharp left turn, or you can continue on, and you have 5 mermaids kind of floating around you in this water, swimming, keeping pace. Which direction?
I think
way.
we should lead them to the door.
Okay.
Continue on.
Yeah.
Okay. So it curves down and comes over kind of a hill of rocks, and you find yourself back at the main base camp.
He'd get out and go to the edge, right over here.
Okay, and I don't have the tokens for the mermaids, so they come up here, but they swim around to the other point on the top left, so they basically swim up over to the side and put their heads through the bubble onto the rock, and so they can see you again. And they're like, "This is so scary. We've never been down here before. Is this where our other friends went?"
That's where your friends went. If they could have gone any direction, it's just a big circle
We
of water.
we haven't met them, but if we do, we will point them into the direction that we are to you. I'm going to point them in the way of the portal,
Okay, so you kind of give them directions.
and I want y'all to be prepared to quickly exit to our world as quickly as possible
It will suck
when we get ready.
I'll try to suck you in. Actually, Thorvin, do you know if the gate will allow exit before the portal has been turned off?
Yes. We had one of our party get called back to the guild hall, and we had reinforcements come in. So when we were dealing with the first dungeon.
That's good. I was worried that they would not be able to leave before we care of this. So we want to wait for them to be able to get through, make sure they actually can before we leave.
Yeah, I want to make sure any innocents, if possible, are safe before we start doing this.
I don't know where you guys were, but... Okay, so do you want to actually have them go down there now?
Yeah, if they can get out now.
Okay.
It's a well though.
See, I'm just worried about, as for Miles, he's worried about anything bad changing them to be like their friends were when we found them, or who I assume their friends were.
Is
Yeah,
there-
that's why I want them out as soon as possible too.
Is anyone wanting to... Sorry, go ahead.
Another dose. I'm gonna get another dose of gillyweed and swim down and go out with them.
Okay, so if you do that, then yeah, breathing underwater, you can direct them to where the entrance is. There's a small pocket, which I didn't really draw in here, but from the door here, actually I probably can draw it in. 1 second. There, something like that anyways. How do I move it now?
I'm not sure you can move a background layer just drawn on.
You can, you just have to select it really perfectly. There we go. You have to zoom in a lot. Okay, then put it in background. Map. Okay, there we go. So, as you get into this pocket, you can breathe above surface level, and there's this intense amount of like moisture boiling or churning up from the waterfall. It's about, I think it was a 10-foot waterfall. The mermaids are able to use their swim speed and just swim up the waterfall at half speed, but that doesn't matter. So they're able to get up there, and they open up this gate, and inside you just see like the water coming out, and behind where that water spout is, there's just the black above the portal, this kind of swirling vortex of magic. Can
I swim up that?
You don't have a swim speed, but they can help you up, and so without having to roll, they can get you up there.
We might want the mermaids to help us out. Are we going to be able to get out once we turn the dungeon off?
That's a good point.
We didn't think about that. I didn't know how hard that'd be, but he's gonna actually go out the dungeon right now, and try to make sure that they can all get up the well themselves. If not, he's gonna try getting out the well and like hoisting them up with like them holding onto the rope and pulling the rope up.
Okay, let me move you over here. 1 second. Actually, it's not working. I have too many pages. Okay, there we go.
It's the big baddie kisses Nyx too. Oh my god.
It comes in threes.
As you're able to burst through this portal, you feel yourself being sucked upwards all of a sudden, and the wind against your face, even though you're just in a completely black sphere of nothingness, you pop up through the other side of the portal, and there's again about 5 or 6 inches of water splash, and then you're up inside the well. Rhea and Ellen catch the rope, and then you kind of all grab each other and get very close together in the small little well. And then Rhea would say, "After you, Sir Dwarf."
He will climb up the rope. It's like, if you can climb up yourselves, do so. If not, I'll pull you up from the top.
Okay, you feel Ellen grab onto your belt waistline and just hang on there as you're climbing up. You're not gonna fail, but it's to see how well you do. Roll athletics.
Unless you roll a 1, then you will fail.
No pressure.
Yep. So you climb up like a champ, and Ellen and then the other mermaids, you help them all out. They cannot walk on land, but they can kind of pull themselves along, or if you're willing to assist them by carrying them, they'll gladly let you take them over to the river's edge.
Yeah, he'll especially Ellen. He'll carry her over to the river's edge, and it's like, let's take this down to deeper water. And do I have a map? I don't know.
Actually, Miles would have probably talked about it with you in the carriage and given you a map for him. I was thinking about it, but
This would have told them the information of which side of the river to go.
Sure.
a bunch of people were talking during my thought about this, but
You had enough time, like between just setting up camp in the cabin and the traveling and all that. So yeah, sure, there definitely would be a map, if not one that you personally have.
So he will point it out on the map, and then it's like, to help them get out to that big river that heads down into the ocean. That come down from Zendretta. It's like, take this down to the deep water here. If you we'll meet you there when we can.
All right, dwarf. I'll see you, Thorvin. And then all 5 mermaids swim downstream.
Orphan, while you may be somewhat repulsive to halflings, you are a hero and a mermaid.
Isabel comments, "The mermaids can have you. I hope you drown."
Oh!
He'll at least live 3 hours.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I'd gladly give him my gillyweed if he went to the ocean and never came back.
He does not
No,
like
correction.
Thorvin.
Correction. I'd give him Loki's gillyweed because he can't keep it down.
Oh!
You are cruel.
Does Thorvin go back down?
That's okay.
Yeah,
Look,
she
he's
goes
still
back
okay.
down and swims up to them, and hoping he has at least some time left on that gillyweed. That's for other things in down here.
Ah man, I can't do it from the zoomed out. Yeah, so you get back to your allies and comrades, and please take out an expenditure of your gillyweed.
It's gonna take that's gonna take the whole hour. Okay.
Yeah.
If you're going down somewhere else where it is, you can have a half charge. How about that?
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Where to?
And he's gonna get back in the. He's actually gonna want to hurry to get back in the sub. Let's get back in the sub quick and get down maybe to that one place that we was underwater when we saw bubbles.
Let's Nix is gonna suggest that that sharp turn that we just passed above us.
Well, the one that they just passed to get here.
I think we should go. Want to go up to that one? I was thinking we could go down. 'Cause I feel like looking at the map, like the center is gonna be. Hold on. Something like there's more of a chance because there's like 96 spaces. Well, there's probably an island right here. Probably and around here, and then probably an island around here. Like 3 more islands, maybe. I don't know. Let's go adventure, guys.
Yeah. I'm okay with going back up here, but I think he would want to go to the one that we know is flooded. Why he still has half an hour in gillyweed.
We get there before it is island number 3.
Huh.
For his gillyweed usage is filled.
That's what I was hoping.
Yeah, let's do that.
Before this, the gillyweed that he drank, ate is up. Get down there to that bubble thing.
It probably has 15 minutes left after we get there, but yeah. Adrian?
Can you hear me?
That's the first thing we heard from you, but yes, we could hear you.
Okay, sorry. I'm doing background stuff.
Who? Oh. Goggles? Are you? Is this Katie? Is Katie Goggles? Sorry.
Mhm.
I like your picture. This is how I roll. Wonderful picture. You tend to be a wizard.
I tend to be a bard, but that was the closest to a caster because I have multiple of those. I can actually send to you over the Discord chat, but that one was the closest to bard that I had.
I've seen all of those and I love them, and I was happy to see you had one.
Oh, thank you.
Is there one that's very druidy?
Yeah.
There's like a green one that's all plants and stuff.
I'm not sure
I
what you
wouldn't
guys are
mind if
talking
you
about.
send me the druid one.
I'll post in the chat later.
Okay, so which one are you going to?
Island 3, hopefully before Thorvin's air runs out.
Okay.
Oh, we're all gonna have to take it for that because it's gonna be everyone underwater.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's do 3, go back to 2 to get air back. Yeah. Thorvin, you're gonna have to probably take another dose of it. Actually, because we're gonna need.
Depends on how long we're there, but I hope to still get some more use out of this dose. But if needed, I can take another dose.
Okay.
If we open up the submergible thing, everybody's gonna need to have a dose. Which means if he can't get it down.
Wait.
Isabel looks at Loki.
I don't want to ruin the mechanisms inside, so I wouldn't recommend opening it up in the water. I would go to number 2 where we have the air. And if the people that want to take the dose can, I
That's a
can
long way to
maneuver.
swim.
Adrian,
Yep.
Isabel interjects.
who had a high roll when it came to the mechanism?
The mechanism has been unlocked, so you can all do it. It's 4 levers, so it's not complicated.
I was wondering if we would know if we got the inside wet, if it would ruin it.
You can roll
Isabel,
a new investigation if you want to learn that.
Isabel was going to speculate if this mechanism has been in this area. They might have taken precautions for other events. I can't speak for gnomes personally, but maybe they took precautions to make it water resistant, flame resistant, something like that, to ensure anything goes for gnomes. I couldn't speak for them.
And could I make an intelligence check to see how long it took, like swim speed, or like if one of us were to go from island to island, how long it would take?
Yep, sure. So each interval in the ship, it's basically like 5 minutes, and it's not like it's going very fast. It's slowly kind of just following this track. If you were to swim it, it probably would be about double that, so 10 minutes per interval.
Okay, so for an hour of gillyweed, it wouldn't be too far to go from the center of the map to the entrance if swam. So, or island to island for 10 minutes.
And swim between the islands. Okay, I thought there was the islands were much further apart, but
Okay.
So Loki's going to do an investigation as well to figure out if water were to get in here, if it would damage the thing.
Okay, yep.
Thank you, because I have no idea.
You can see Miles kind of looking behind the chairs and like...
He knows.
Yep, so...
Loki's good with this shit. It's like...
with a natural 20, you can tell that the benches, the flooring, everything is made out of this kind of formed metal, almost as if they've been slabs of shaped to the right size and stamped together with these bolts everywhere. Everything's made to be water resistant and durable, so there might be a little bit of rust on the floor, but otherwise it's been held very well. The benches don't have any kind of fabrics on them or anything. They are able to let any water just kind of drain out. And with the 20, you would also find a little lever notch on the roof above where the driver's seat is, and there's a 5th lever up there, which is very short and stubby, but if you pull it, it is essentially a flush, so any water that is inside the submersible is flushed out.
Or
Loki
any
had
air
a
that's
little
in is flushed out as well.
What?
Or any air that's inside can be flushed out.
You can try it, and you would find that doesn't happen. It forces water out of the submersible through one-way vents.
So Loki had
there's
another. So if
air.
that wasn't a thing, if that wasn't a thing, Loki had another option for dealing with the water. It's how he and Isabel managed to survive their first encounter with all this stuff. Destroy water.
Awesome.
Create,
Totally.
create air. So we should go to the island. We don't even need to swim there. We can just.
Loki just points out, like, we could just have the seaweed and get out of the island, and if there's this lever here to flush out any water that gets in, or I could destroy the water myself.
Let's do it quickly before this last dose that I've took wore off.
So you're gonna have to hold your breath when we come back inside, because our doses are gonna last longer than yours.
We also need to see if Loki can keep down a third portion of gillyweed.
I've got another dose if I need it, and I can hold my breath longer than most of you. I'm a dwarf.
Well, you know,
Well, I mean, you are full of hot air.
I can hold my breath pretty well as well.
So what is the response to what Loki just said?
what did Loki just say?
Well, you are full of
I'm
hot
full-
air.
I am full of a lot of hot stuff. You're right.
I didn't say hot stuff. I said hot air.
Yeah, a lot of hot stuff.
I'm actually surprised you don't float. I'm surprised you didn't float to the surface when you're below water before.
Okay, I think we're just getting insulting. Time to move the ship along, guys.
Okay, so where are you going?
Island 3.
Okay.
All right, so I need to roll for Loki to keep it down, or is we're just saying that they're able to?
Roll, Loki.
If you guys are adamant about the rolling, you can roll with advantage. The DC is 14.
Advantage or disadvantage in this case?
Disadvantage in this case.
I guess it would be disadvantage, but it's a DC of 14.
Isabel,
Yes.
Does that mean you
mouth
succeeded?
closed.
So your wisdom save
Isabel's
against
gonna hold your mouth
Cutting
closed.
words. Cutting words. You can do
I
it,
can't
Loki.
cast it till after a short or long rest.
Oh,
I'm going to roll a strength save to hold your mouth shut, so you have to swallow it.
yeah.
Wait, can I assist her in this?
Okay,
He's got his hand over hers, like keeping his
roll a Constitution save.
Constitution save. 16.
Okay, you're able to force it down without gagging and losing hit points. So you've consumed a gillyweed. You feel this very abnormal feeling as your gills erupt from your neck and kind of sputter for the first time as you inhale air. And the submersible comes to a stop, and you see this kind of arched wall and kind of framed glass of what might have been a church at one point. And then from the corner over here, you just see kind of a steady stream of bubbles.
He goes for the door. It's like, everyone drink the gillyweed. Everyone eat the
Isabel
gillyweed.
takes the gillyweed.
Everyone pointedly looks at Loki.
Loki's one of us. One of us. One of us.
I hold my beer as he opens the door.
I seal your beer as you hand it to me.
Water floods into the chamber. Everyone please make a dexterity saving throw.
Loki will help hold on to Isabel to help keep her safe.
Okay, so you want to take disadvantage and she gets advantage?
I will do that.
You
Like,
don't
he
have
will-
to.
Dexterity, that's a 9.
Can I
Please do.
Can I make sure? Can I like grab anyone that is gonna go flying?
If not if you want to do the same thing to help someone, you can give them advantage and give yourself disadvantage.
I would probably do it with these wee people.
Okay, who are you trying to help? So Loki's already helping
probably-
Isabel.
Probably Nyx, because she's another short person.
Hell.
So
So you got advantage on yours, Nix.
Okay.
yeah, you feel Miles' strong hand kind of bracing your back. Doesn't seem to help that much.
8, 9, 10. No, +3 for dexterity, so that's 10.
Okay, so whichever
I-
one, this one's only a 12 to beat. So if anyone beat a 12, you don't take any damage, or you take half damage for 2, full damage for 4,
Okay.
and that's just
Okay,
because
so I
it
took the
was
damage.
immense amount of pressurized water just slamming down all of a sudden into the chamber. It kind of sloshes around, and you're immediately enveloped in water. And for a second, you'd all be thinking you have to gag and hold your breath, but again, the gillyweed's there, and you're able to breathe. What do you
It's
do?
not audible, but Thorvin says it's like, all right, Daisy, let's go for a swim. And he starts swimming for the bubbles.
Do you swim or pirate man walk?
Pirate people.
Swim, I assume.
Is he still wearing that bra eye patch? Did he put it
No.
back
He took that off before he went to bed.
on? Okay. Oh right, yeah, because we were graffitiing. You know.
Hold on me for a second there. What happened?
We all took. Sorry, I was trying to help you, Nix. Didn't work out too well.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yep.
Thanks
So-
for having my back.
We were discussing his pirate bra eye patch, but he took that off before you guys drew on his face.
He
Okay,
did
we
take a
wanna-
nap.
We wanted to go towards the bubbles.
Okay.
Do perceptions.
Okay.
So how much damage was taken from the water entering?
4 damage for full, 2 damage for half, depending on the save.
And I
yes or
rolled
no.
an 11.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Loki would have imposed himself between Isabel and the water to help her get half.
Still rolled an
So
11
again,
both times.
Yeah, so
I-
DC was 12, so you would have taken the kind of slam damage from the water, like a giant belly flop that you couldn't control.
No, I would have only taken half of it, but I tried to help, and so I took it on.
I took it on.
It's-
Oh.
I know, and so we both got it.
Okay. So as Thorvin's storming on ahead, Thorvin, please make a perception check.
That's pretty good.
Okay. You see a shadow kind of swim across from above you.
Oh,
Looks up and he points back to the others
Magic school bus?
and points up into the air.
Okay, at this point, I roll a perception as well.
Our perception too.
Yeah.
So Loki would have his crossbow out because it works fine underwater. Because bows work underwater, crossbows work underwater. Regular bows do not.
So you see swimming above you this beast, head the shape of a hammer, and swimming left to right, back and forth, slowly.
At this point, I get my shield out and my axe out.
Okay.
I didn't actually see it, so he
You-
pointed at the...
Yeah, you see the shadow, and if you look up, you see the hammerhead.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Everybody, please roll initiative, actually, because it rolled a 19 to spot Thorvin, the tasty snack of a dwarf.
I rolled a nat 1.
I am quite tasty. I am proud of this.
Reroll.
I am
Oh yeah, I'm a halfling.
awesome.
You know what this is, Thorvin? Why you're so tasty is you're very well marinated in alcohol.
Also, maybe, just maybe, aquatic creatures just take a shine to you. You don't know.
This is true.
So
In a
Loki
past
tries
life,
to
you
say-
were a mermaid.
So Loki tries to stay underwater, but it just bubbles. Hey Thorvin, if you die, can I have your jewels? Like the gems, the cash, the shinies. And it comes out as
I think you're trying to talk, but nobody can understand what you're saying.
exactly. It's like
Sorry,
he's kinda like-
you can't understand.
Nix, what's your bonus? What's your initiative bonus? What was Nix's initiative?
Nix's initiative is 7.
No bonuses?
Mine's
What's
I don't
Isabel's?
think-
Isn't our initiative +2 because we're level 5, or is it +3?
It's plus your dexterity bonus.
That's
Okay, plus
3,
dex,
so
and I
that's
would have that
Should
wrong.
have no effect on your initiative.
Nick's is 10.
Okay, so then I need to reroll because I didn't add it right.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
Nick's
mine's 14.
Okay, and Miles, what's yours?
Mine was a 16. I rolled and everybody rolled a bunch
Yeah,
of other stuff.
that's what I'm just asking.
This too. It's a 16.
Okay, so Loki's the first one as Thorvin points up and everybody else takes a look and you see this giant beast of a shark above you. What does Loki do?
So you said there's also a old church building nearby?
Yeah, the wall that you see in the background, it's just a single standing wall with this kind of what used to be a stained glass, but it's all shattered out and broken. It's just the frame.
Does the shark know that the others are there, or just Thorvin?
It looks like it spotted the submersible and Thorvin. So if you guys have stepped out, it would see you as well.
I would probably motion at least the squishable munchy people, the Isabel, to probably stay inside for now.
Isabel's swimming over there then.
As you can't do any auditory spells at the moment.
Yeah, that's
True.
very true.
Alright, so
I
Loki's
guess I
going.
better defend shit.
I'm gonna see if Loki can see this thing by peeking out without being seen. So a person can roll a stealth. Ah,
You're pretty sure it's seen you. It's already starting to curve back down, like it's about to move towards you guys.
so he's gonna use one of his abilities to go invisible.
Okay. So that's your action, or anything else?
So he can actually detect magic, disguise self.
Loki goes and stands right in front of its face where it can't actually see.
It's a bonus action to make myself invisible. So it's a bonus action.
Okay.
So being invisible, it no longer knows where I'm at, I assume.
You can assume that.
I love
And then,
to that.
would I be able to get sneak attack on this as well?
I don't think sneak attack would trigger unless you have. Tell me why it would trigger.
Is it focused on Thorvin right now, or
At
the
this
submersible?
point, at this point, it's seen everybody. So
Okay.
is you going invisible unseen it? I would argue not.
All right, so 16 to hit.
Yep, that will hit it.
If you would have gone invisible and then moved to another location, I could see it. But you have gone invisible and not moved. I wouldn't give sneak attack in that situation either.
So that's 6 damage. So that's bonus and attack. So that's next up is Miles.
Get out.
Okay.
I want to look tasty.
Okay.
I don't know how to look. Actually,
Performance.
Adrian,
Yes.
I would argue that
And I just slice like my finger a little bit, cause it to bleed.
You really want to slice your finger, huh?
I
Okay.
don't-
Miles, you're already a snack.
Yeah, if you wanna draw blood on yourself, you can just deal 1 point of damage and cut your hand or something.
Okay. Also, Adrian, I can't edit my character right now for some reason.
Let me try to fix it. I'm not sure why you couldn't. It's designated as.
Yeah, because I don't want my fellow comrades to be gone for. I
Try
my
again.
shield up.
You are the tankiest of all of us.
Are you sure you can't edit?
Oh, you know what? I have the wrong map. Is why I have been trying to do this wrong. Let's. Okay. Okay, we're good. We're good. I figured it out. I'm silly.
Okay. Did you deduct damage already from cutting your
I
hand?
deducted it.
Okay, perfect.
Deducted the damage.
5 damage?
No, no.
She took 4
that
from the water.
4 from the water. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So I put my finger to try to get it to go for me, and then can I ready an action for when it does try to comes in within range of me? I hit it with my axe.
Yes, you may.
And do I get
You can
attacks
roll.
for that readied action?
Do you get what?
I get the 2 attacks for that readied action since it's
Yes, because that's what we did last time. I actually haven't looked that up to see if that's actually the case or not, so we'll just mirror what we did last game, and yes, you'll get your action of 2 attacks.
Sweet.
Roll a performance check with advantage.
Shush, so juicy, sweet.
Okay. Alrighty. So that is your turn. Next up is Isabel.
Okay, what? So, is it safe to say that I'm inside the submarine, or would it take my movement to do that?
No, you're still inside.
Okay. I was just curious, because I wanted to cast Bardic Inspiration where someone could see me.
Well, people can still. The door's open, so think of it like a Lamborghini door lifts up, or a Tesla door, or whatever. So it just lifts up, and you
Okay.
can see inside still.
Nix is gonna be in there with me because we're both really tiny. But I know Miles and Loki, Dwarven could too, can fight it, so I'm gonna give them both a Bardic Inspiration die.
Who are you giving it for?
Miles and Loki.
So you can only do one as a bonus action, I believe.
Okay,
But
I'll give one to
she hasn't taken a standard action, so could she use a standard action and do 2?
I don't know.
In combat, because combat's already started, I would actually rule no. If we were prior to combat, then yes.
Okay.
Adrian, with
Yes.
the Bardic Inspiration being a bonus action, I feel like you should be able to use that as your regular action.
I guess that's... Are you doing anything else with your turn?
No, I'm gonna stay inside the submarine, and I've seen what happens when it's left neglected. I need to be there to fix it in case it breaks.
Okay. If you're not going to do anything else, then yes, you can use 2 Bardic Inspirations.
Alright, so 1 for Loki, 1 for Miles. Nix and I are staying in the sub. She's gonna help me fix it if anything breaks.
Okay, sounds good. So that's Nyx is next.
Isabel feels her hand raised and be kissed.
Nyx has a little spark in her eye, so she's going to keep her eye out near the glass on Miles. Can she hold it to where when Miles gets attacked, she can do a sneak attack with the javelin when it tries to go for her?
Yes, you absolutely can. That'd just be holding your action.
Yes.
Yep. So you can position yourself so once the shark comes down, you can leash out at it.
Yes.
Okay. And it's the shark's turn. So it has seen you all and begins to swim downwards, doing a signature predatorial turn. And it starts to swim towards Thorvin at first until Miles cuts his hand. And once he does, the shark turns in the direction of the blood and enters into a blood frenzy and swims in a straight line at Miles. Your attacks both will trigger.
Okay. I will roll to see if I hit.
Got a 26 and a 10 for my attack.
Okay, so the 13 armor class, so one of them will hit.
Okay.
And I rolled for mine, and the javelin's 1d6 plus sneak attack is 2d6, so that's 3d6.
Okay, and then
I do 8 damage in total.
I do 14.
oops. Rebecca, you did 8? Miles, did you do 8 damage?
Yeah.
Okay, and then it's 8 and 14. Okay, so both of these weapons strike Miles. You swing up through the water. Actually, your weapon isn't magical, is it? I need to look this up, but I think if you're underwater, your weapons take disadvantage unless they're magical.
It's a
Unless
magical weapon. It's a magical weapon, Adrian.
Okay. Yeah.
And I'm using the javelins that the mermaids use. So
Okay.
does that help?
That's fair. Yeah, if it's a mermaid weapon, it won't take that.
It's
I
my
got
battle axe of shiny.
What'd you say, Michael?
Loki's going fishing.
Okay. So,
With going fishing.
With the frenzy, the shark has disadvantage because there's now, or advantage because there's blood in the water, and it, even with taking these slices and the javelin sticking out like a harpoon, its jaw opens up and clamps onto you, Miles, with a 27. Actually, no, it's a 28 because they rolled the 19, and that is going to be 3d10 damage.
Holy cow!
What?
That's 23 points of damage as its jaw closes around Miles.
Is it Isabel and Nish are like watching a horror movie right now, like, oh my god! Oh!
Thorvin.
Thorvin quickly decides he thinks about swimming for the treasure and getting back for the bubbles and getting back, or just killing the shark. He decides to go for the shark and swims up above it.
Okay. Yeah, it's currently kind of wrangling with Miles in its jaw, and you have a pretty clear shot. What do you do?
So I'm going to disadvantage using my hand axe. So I will probably pull out my javelin that the mermaid was using as well, and do 2 attacks.
Okay.
I can use dex at that. I use dex or strength for that.
If it's a javelin, I think it's finesse. You can use either.
I can use either? Okay. So I try stabbing it twice, and then for my bonus action, critical!
Nice.
And then punching the shark in the...
In the
so
shark balls.
you did 1d6 plus 5, so you rolled a 5 plus 5, so that's 10, plus an additional 6 for the critical, so that's 16, and that's just on the critical. What are the...
those, D6s, I believe.
So the
So
first
the
hit...
2 stabs are gonna be... Oh, so I need that should be a 10. So 14 from stabbing with it, and then I'm gonna spend Kai point and may have it make a Constitution save. I believe it's stunning strike.
Stunning strike
Okay.
is Constitution.
So pause stunning strike for a second. Let me go back to the damage. So you rolled 19 plus 5 and then 9 plus 5. Are those both the spear strikes?
I rolled 2d6. It should be 2d6 plus 10, but I rolled so 14 and then the unarmed damage.
Okay, so you didn't critical with the spear then. You criticaled with your unarmed strike.
Yes.
Okay, so how much damage do you do for the spear?
Spear is 14 damage for stabbing it twice.
Okay, and then the 16 was for your unarmed strike is what I calculated.
Yes.
And then okay, so if you're hitting it with a critical with your fists, what are you doing in game? Like what is Thorvin doing?
Punch it in the nose.
Yeah, the nose is a tenderest part for a shark. Just
Yeah, Poppy comes up and just like punches it on the top of its nose.
Yeah, you just come down on the head and just wham, like hammer fist it.
His fist also kind of and then he was also using a 2-point drastic stunning strike.
So now it rolls con.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably gonna succeed on that. Oh, maybe not 7.
Nope, it is stunned. It cannot take any action. It can't take any action next turn, I believe.
Nice. Very, very effective turn. Loki.
So Loki, now reappearing, Princess Isabel gives her a wink, and just kind of mouths the words, "Count on it," as she tells him to come back alive. He comes out with his...
He didn't understand it at all, though, when she said that, so he's just thinking that's what he said in his mind.
yeah. I'm just sitting here in the fucking stuff, just like slash up, like, oh my god, it's like the realistic 3D movie ever. It's like real danger.
Oh my god.
And all of that he thinks is her flirting with him.
I mean, she has been flirting with him, so with that hook. It would
Is
be
that with advantage
though.
because he's
Stunned.
he's stunned? So
come on!
You're so busy being Mr. Flirty Man that
So I think
nothing good happens.
Loki like holds up the hook and whacks the shark on the side of the head or something, but it's already stunned and it doesn't do any additional damage.
Isabel just sitting there like, what is he doing?
Do you get 2 attacks as a cleric?
Certain clerics do. This one does not.
Okay, so you swim up, you hit. Anything else bonus?
Can I do anything else as a bonus? Spiritual weapon, possibly. Let me see.
What would your weapon look like out of curiosity?
For out here, it would be a spear. Or in this case, a harpoon.
This is the first time I've used Stunning Strike. What does stun do? I think that's what it is.
It's where he finds
It's
you
stun.
stunning.
Yes, I am
It's
quite
stun.
stunning.
No, you're not. well, to mermaids, I take it back. Mermaids find you stunning for whatever reason.
And sharks do too.
Mermaids
He's
are just
completely
horny.
stunned.
A stunned creature is incapacitated, see condition, can't move, can't speak. Is automatically fails strength and dex saving throws. Attack rolls have advantage.
There we go.
Incapacitated. I will hit
As
that one.
bonus.
What Loki basically did was eye on the hook. Should have been
Can't
watching the
take
spear.
any reactions. Yeah.
So
Yeah,
there
really,
is-
what he just did is eye on the hook. Should have been watching the spear.
Nice. Okay, there you go. That should be under your
Also,
control.
there's an ally within. No, wait, never mind. I was gonna say.
So I think
That's
you can
spiritual
still
weapon.
you can attack with the harpoon.
That was 9 damage with a 24 to hit.
Oh, it already. Oh, cool. It calculated for me. Thank you. All right. Next up then is Miles. You're released from the jaws of this monstrous fish-looking thing, and you have spurts of blood just simmering out of your Ankeg armor, and it's just kind of making the water
I
around
just-
you this misty red.
Attalax it twice in the face. One of them is a crit.
Okay, so roll the first one, first damage normally, and then roll the second one.
The first damage is 10. Second one is
So you rolled a 2 plus what's your bonus damage bonus?
4.
4, so that's 6 plus 8 is another 14.
The second one was a crit.
Yes, so you get an extra 8 damage on it.
So
So that should be 14
total,
damage.
it would have total with the you give me an extra D8 damage, I think, for crits, right?
So 10
full
on the
die
first
8.
one. Yes, 10 on the first one, and that
So
would be
So it
total-
would have been
24
24.
between them.
before for that. And then I'm glad to use my once per rest action surge and action surge and attack again. My axe was not my ex. He's a lot kinder to me.
Mm-hmm.
So you just carve through the blubber on this shark, and
Both of those hit a 14.
a 14 will
I
hit,
feel
yes.
like Loki and Isabel is gonna get one of these things.
An axe that ends our relationship.
No, I'm talking about the
15
halfling harness.
damage.
How much
15
damage?
damage on the total on the second one.
14?
14.
Okay. Yeah, so you carve a big chunk of its hide, and it is just flapping open, bleeding out red moisture into the water. This big cloud. Isabel.
Damn, I forgot I had
You're
the
muted.
bardic.
Adrian,
Yes.
my action surge doesn't count as my bonus action. Can I use second wind as a bonus action as well and roll a d10 and add it to my hits?
Sure,
Yeah.
go for it. And then Isabel, I think you're muted, but it is your turn.
Okay. Okay, what can I do inside of the ship to help? Can I cast Cure Wounds on
You
Miles
have to be
since I can
touching
see
them.
him?
Yeah, you can just lean out the doorway. He's right outside.
Assuming it doesn't have somatic components, yeah.
Let me pull it up real quick and see.
I took so much damage the last round. I decided I really wanted to use my second
It's
one. Right.
vocal and semantic. I would say
Okay.
because you have
Cure
the
Wounds is
gillyweed.
vocal and semantic.
Because you have gillyweed, I'd say you have unlimited air supply. So even though you won't be able to be audible and tell what you're saying, you can still say the words. So I'm not going to say that's impossible because of the gillyweed.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm gonna kind of like peek my head out and like kind of like see if Miles like if I can get his attention and like go blah, 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 blah. And then he heals 1d8 plus my spellcasting ability.
Okay,
Aw.
so roll healing.
Okay, my spellcasting ability is 8, 2. You heal 10 hit points.
Ooh.
And then I'm gonna like wave and get back inside the ship.
Okay, so that would be next up is Nyx.
Okay. Since the shark is surrounded, would I still get advantage on sneak attack since
Yep, you do.
we are
So-
cornering him on all sides?
Plus you get advantage because he's stunned.
Plus that, too.
So you pretty much automatically will get sneak attack.
Okay, so I will...
As long as there is an ally within 5 feet of your target, you get sneak attack.
Okay, so advantage... 19.
Yep, that will definitely hit.
And I will javelin strike again, so... 6 to 2, 10.
Fantastic. Not quite enough to kill it, but what do you do to it as it's approaching the end of its life?
I can't wait to have its eye.
That's all you think.
Collect eyes.
Eye. Okay, next up then would be its turn, and it kind of like twitches and flounders a little bit. Thorvin, you can kind of feel it shivering around underneath you as it's still trying to regain its abilities, and then it's Thorvin's turn.
I guess I think we want to do 3 unarmed strikes against thing. I just want to rip its fin off its back.
Okay. So you kind of reverse straddle it and grab onto the fin and give it some giant tugs. Let's see it.
So
Its armor is 13. Yeah. I don't think it's stunned anymore because it's past that turn. So I think
Yes.
they're just normal attacks, but. Oh no. That's bad. So you're yanking on the fin, yank, and then it begins to kind of buck and thrash around, and you're not able to give it a good enough
It's
tear
like,
to...
give me it, it's mine.
So Loki, you see Thorvin straddling the shark backwards, yanking on the fin as it's swimming and thrashing around in circles. What do you do?
He shakes his head and is going to make a stab with his rapier. And because it's a nose weapon, it is streamlined and can go straight.
Okay.
Come on, you got this. 14,
Just barely. So that's
Plus-
3 points.
sneak attack,
7. Okay. You
plus spiritual weapon. Damn.
So as this magical harpoon, how does it come down to dispatch the shark?
So it kills the shark.
Yes, it does.
So he kind of like stabs it with his rapier, raises his hand to the air, to where the harpoon lands in his hand, and he just throws it down the throat of this great beast.
Yep. And it just stops squirming. Thorvin's yanking on it, and with one final yank, the beast stops moving, and Thorvin would probably be like, "Ha ha ha! I did it!" While everyone sees that there's a harpoon sticking out of the mouth.
Funny, right? I didn't see that.
Totally would think it's him killing it as he's doing nothing on top.
Isabella and Nyx are just like watching from the sub, like watching like
jeez.
Loki throw, like, oh yeah, and then seeing Thorvin celebrate, but they're like, oh yeah.
Nyx is wasting no time. She's going straight for one of the eyes again.
Okay. Yep. You are able
Can
to
I
go.
rip the
Yes, you
fin
may.
off now?
You may. So you tear it out, and there's a kind of a spurt of red as it kind of filters through.
And then he's gonna go for the bubbles.
Nice.
I'm just
Loki's
ignoring the
going to-
shark at this point and wanting to go look and see what's going on around. Should I roll a perception?
Well, tell me first where you're trying to go over and look at.
I
So,
want to see inside the church what the heck is making these bubbling things.
there's just a wall. If you were wanting to search the area, you can definitely roll a perception if you want.
Okay.
Loki, are you doing anything?
Loki was going
the
to try to get some teeth from the shark.
Okay, you want teeth?
Yeah, he's gonna try getting some of those teeth.
Okay. And then how about Isabel?
I know the combat's over, but I feel like someone has to stay with the sub, so I'll stay with the sub until everyone gets back.
Okay. Do you want to close it up or just keep the door open?
I will close it for now, just in case anything else comes up, because Isabel, while this shark is definitely dead, is trying to be more cautious.
Okay. On that note, can you roll me 1d6?
Okay.
Who is rolling
Isabel.
1d6?
Isabel.
I don't like the asking roll d6, but okay.
Okay. And then with you close the hatch, do you flush the compartment or do you leave it waterlogged?
No. Do not flush.
Not yet.
Because then when you open it again, people will come back. The water's gonna rush
Yeah.
it again.
I still have my gillyweed, so it seems like a waste to not be in water while I have it on me. So
Okay. So you just keep
No.
it flooded chamber, but the door closed. Okay.
Yeah.
Thorvin, as you're making full speed ahead to the bubbles, roll a perception. Miles, it sounds like you're wanting to look around the general area, or are you also going towards the bubbles?
I wanted to look around the general area, but honestly, I would see Loki getting a tooth, and I would think it would be cool to have a tooth. So I'm rolling perception. I'm trying to tell Loki that I want a tooth as well, with my hands using my own made-up version of sign language.
Okay. You're like pointing at your mouth and pointing at the shark.
The shark and I want one.
Loki and Nyx, roll your survival checks, or if you already have, tell me what you rolled.
If he's using a dagger, would it be with advantage?
I don't necessarily. I think that's kind of part of doing the survival check is using what you have.
Yeah, that's right.
So,
All right.
Next one.
so for the
Next
20,
one.
you
Yeah.
are able to
Wow.
carve out both eyes, Nyx. And then Loki, you are able to get some pretty nice quality large shark teeth.
Want me to roll survival too, or can I just have a large shark tooth? Or am I gonna have to do it myself for this?
If Loki gives you one, then sure. If you want to
How
do
many
it one
did you
yourself,
I just wanted one.
No, I was saying, how many did Loki get?
you're able to free up 6 large shark teeth so far.
Nice. He's gonna give one to Nyx.
Thank you.
Really?
And then once he gets back to Isabel, he's giving her one too.
Really?
So Thorvin,
Hey, Isabel's hit the one he's going after, but Nyx wants,
Nyx is the one carving the eye, yes.
yes. So
Nyx just wants body parts. Let's be honest.
So I'm gonna, since he just swam away and didn't give me any of the teeth, I'm gonna try to get a tooth as well.
okay, roll survival.
I rolled an 8.
Okay, so you're able to get 5 little teeth, little shark teeth.
That's totally cool. I don't mind.
Okay, Thorvin, with your searching up there, you rolled a 15. So as soon
Yes.
as you get close to the bubbles, you can see that they're sourced from a little cove or like a cave, tunnel, whatever you want to call it. It's kind of a pipe that's leading down from amongst these large, not coral, but kind of disc-like vegetation. And from underneath at the very bottom of this pipe, which is probably about 5 feet down, you can get down there. Being kind of a dwarf, smaller stature, you can get through it if you want. And at the very bottom, it looks to be some sort of hatch or opening with a spinning wheel crank, the same way that the doors on the submersible has.
It's me, Thorn! Going through pipes. It's me, Mario! He goes down and and then opens up the like, I assume it's like a
So it,
something. Yeah.
despite bubbles kind of pouring out from kind of the seams of where the hatch closes, it is incredibly tight, and you will need to roll an athletics check. DC is 16.
I go over there right after I get at the teeth and help him open it.
So he would have gotten there because he went straight there, so he essentially would have 2 tries before anyone even gets close. But you need to roll at least an 18, which you get on the first try. So before we do Thorvin, Nyx, you harvested the eyes. What are you doing after that? Is Loki giving you a tooth?
Loki does give her a tooth.
Okay. What are you guys doing after that, or are you going to stay up by the shark?
I'm going to swim up.
Okay.
For more perception advantage.
Okay.
Just to see what else is around to make sure nothing.
So roll a perception with advantage. What about Loki?
Loki is actually going to take the shark corpse and carve open its belly to see if it's eaten anything of interest.
Okay.
Eat everything.
Okay.
And I mean everything.
Okay.
That's
7.
not hot. That's
So it turns. So 7 plus.
Do you need a survivor?
7 plus.
So we will
6.
say the
So-
shark, because it's dead. It's kind of been floating down. It's 10 feet up from the ground. Nyx will say you swam up to about 20 or 30 feet.
Mhm.
Sharks don't
How high do you
float,
want to swim up?
Adrian. Sharks don't float.
I know, that's why
No,
it's
he
sinking.
said there was something.
The Nyx, are you 20 feet or 30 feet up?
I'll be 30 feet up, and
And what was your perception?
my perception is double advantage, so it's +3 twice, and then
Then the 7. So that would be 13?
Yep.
So 13. So you can see some animals, more of these sharks all closing in with the scent of blood. What was the d6 that you rolled earlier, Katie?
The D6 I rolled earlier was I think it was a 2. Yeah, it was a 2.
Okay,
Because I've
so
been rolling
2.
really bad D6s too.
Yep, so you can see that after this kind of round of harvesting and everything, you can see there's about 4 more of these sharks closing in extremely quickly with the scent of blood in their nostrils. They are in a frenzy, and they are charging forwards to eat you all. And that's when Thorvin rolls his 27 athletics. And the hatch bursts open. Thorvin, please roll a dexterity saving throw.
It could be very bad or it could be very good. It might actually make bubble.
please, please. Oh no!
Oh god.
Okay, so you're able to actually get out of the way completely as the hatch bursts itself open. You are launched up and out of the pipe as this burst of air shoots up with all the bubbles. The water is completely dispelled from your area. Miles, as you're swimming down, make a dexterity saving throw. And since you will say you're about 5 feet up off the ground since you've been swimming down, so if you succeed, you'll take no damage.
Oh god, I'm 30 feet up. I'm 2 feet tall. I mean, 1 foot tall.
There's
20
oh,
inches.
sorry.
If Loki does see Nyx fall, he will try to help catch her.
Okay, so you
At
take
most,
1
it's-
point of damage, Miles, as you fall down to the ground as this water clears out. There's fish flopping down next to you, and the sphere continues to shove all the water out. The body of the shark rotates on itself as it's caught in this blast, and Loki, you fall 10 feet. Roll your dexterity saving throw.
dexterity save.
So you take 1 point of damage as you fall down just behind the submarine and kind of roll amongst these corals, and you land on a starfish with a big squelch as it's squished down underneath you. Nyx, you can see with impending doom as this bubble of air is rushing up towards you as the pressure is building and making this cavern once again air safe. And 30 feet up in the air, it catches you. Roll your dexterity saving throw.
Again, Loki will try to help catch her if he can.
You are unfortunately not able to, as you are falling yourself as well.
Plus dexterity, which is...
You should have a good dexterity.
Yeah, I have +3 to dexterity. 9, 10, 11.
Still not enough. You fall all the way down, hitting the ground in a pile of silt and algae, and you take 16 points of bludgeoning damage.
Oh, no!
The
No.
Loki, check your messages. I had a way to help her.
But I mean, hey, Laura, when he's saying dexterity saving throw, it's not necessarily. Okay, Laura, when he's saying dexterity saving throw, it's not necessarily pure dexterity. You go as a class, you get 2 class skills, or you add your proficiency to it too. Dexterity might be one of them.
Dexterity saving throw is plus proficiency.
yeah,
But
Adrian.
it's not a. What was that?
Adrian, real quick. If he can as a reaction, if he can create water underneath Nyx before she lands.
I'd say
Water would be falling too.
you're falling. I would say for you to even be able to think about that, you would have to roll out another saving throw. Let me see actually what would be appropriate. I think that would be intelligence, really, just to be able to think if you can do that while under pressure and falling.
Intelligence. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, you can instinctively cast create water underneath.
Yeah. He just sees Isabel as he's falling himself and just says, "Shit, cast create destroy water."
Okay. So that
To
will give
help cushion her fall.
that will give advantage to Nick. So feel free to re-roll your dexterity save.
Please.
Yep.
15 plus
that-
3 plus 3.
That will do it. So you are able to kind of spin around in midair and free falling as you see this kind of cube or sphere of water being created from underneath, and you're able to land inside it, which softens your blow until you hit the floor underneath it, and you still take 8 points of damage, but it's definitely not as bad.
Thank you.
Thorvin, as you kind of pick yourself up, you see all this going on. You see 4 of these sharks that were homing in. They all go flopping to the ground as well and just start wriggling around, unable to do anything.
That's so cool.
Isabel, from inside,
Now that's fishing.
Isabel, I need you to also roll a dexterity saving throw with advantage, as the blast of this water knocks the submersible off of the tracks, and it goes rolling a little bit away.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
boy. Okay,
Didn't
give me
water
a
that.
sec with advantage.
Yes, you get advantage because you're within it already, and it's filled with water.
14.
Okay, is that with advantage?
Yep.
You will take 5 points of bludgeoning damage as you're knocked around on the inside of this. It lands on its side, having rolled a couple times. However, it is now your inside is just filled with water, and you're floating there, kind of dazed a little bit. But we are out of initiative.
Loki would see this and call out her name and run over to the submersible and open the door if he can.
Okay. Yep. Water belches out and just kind of floods around your waist and feet and kind of washes away some of the sand and algae around you. But inside it is all okay. Just Isabel's a little banged up.
He's going to reach in and pull Isabel out gently.
By the way, I also changed clothes, just so you know.
Yeah,
I don't
saw
know if
that,
you guys
so-
saw in the chat or not.
Yep, she's wearing her mermaid bra again.
Thorvin eventually would come over the rocks and say, "Hey," and see the sub like that.
Yeah, he'll pull her out and kind of hug her close. and saying like that he's glad she's okay.
Annabelle,
Same.
looking good.
Fuck off.
Loki's just giving him a dirty look.
I'm just gonna kiss Loki's cheek, like in response to that look, just like mwah.
Aw.
It's not the first time he's got a dirty look.
Oh.
He's probably used to dirty looks.
Oh, easily with as much as he flirts with all the women.
Ouch.
Thorvin, yeah.
And then like he's gonna like carrying her like walk over to Nyx as well. You doing all right as well?
Kind of. Ow.
This is really
Could've been
effective.
I
We
can-
have
I'll-
more,
Go
we
ahead.
have more sharks we can cut apart if you're interested.
Loki's actually going to like after he like sets Isabel down and make sure the other like her and Nyx are okay. He's gonna get started on the sharks. Also,
Yeah,
he's
this
gonna like.
time- Can I get a
Oh,
shark
also,
as well, but with large teeth?
Yep.
yes,
so these
he's
other
also gonna
sharks.
Isabel one of the shark teeth. Like offer her one of the shark teeth if she's interested.
Yeah, these sharks are not as big as the other ones. They seem to be like you killed the alpha, and these are all the betas. However, they are flopping around helpless, and you can coup de grace them or do as you wish. They are essentially dead, and they're drowned from the air.
I look around the church for
I
anything
asked
valuable.
Loki at this point if I can have one of the large shark teeth and I can give him some small ones.
Yeah, Loki would give her one, and he would also offer one of the larger ones to Isabel.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
No,
Thorvin, can you roll a survival check? Or sorry, investigation.
Not well.
So everything's covered with algae. It's kind of hard to find the outline of where it is. Apart from this big wall, there's rubble underneath everything, but there's like corals and weeds and all kinds of stuff growing over it. So it's hard to kind of figure out where the outline of where this church would have been.
I go over to Thorvin and I say, "So what do we think this used to be? A church of some sort?"
Possibly something grand. It looks like what used to be a big stained glass window.
And I look around too and try to. Investigation sucks, but I also do want to investigate.
Okay, go ahead.
I can roll history check.
Loki's
I rolled it, Adrian. I rolled a natural 20 with my -1.
Okay.
We may still find something valuable buried here.
So you go up to the stained glass, or what used to be there. It's the frame, and you kind of look down at the ground, and you see a fairly large chunk of sea glass. And as you wipe this grime off of it, you can see that below it is actually a pretty decent condition of stained glass, and it seems to be the depiction of a deity, which you can read, I believe. What are the languages Miles can read?
Elvish, Dwarvish, Common.
I guess it would probably be an Elvish, probably. And it says, the shrine to Amphitrite. And you would know that to be a goddess of the sea, one of the wives of Poseidon.
Poseidon.
Poseidon, yes, thank you.
I was like,
With the natural 20, you would also find in the reeds, there's kind of stairs descending downward, which leads to a hatch, kind of these double doors which lead down.
Thorvin would probably follow Miles because he seems to be having much better luck searching this place than he has.
yeah, I just traded for the shark teeth instead of trying to decapitate the other ones. So did Loki actually even want any of the small shark teeth, or was he just going to go for the other shark?
I don't need teeth. I've got a shark fin.
And I continue going down, and I go ahead and I open this hatch.
Yeah, it's a little stuck, so you just probably put your boot through the hatch, and it kind of crumbles inward on itself, having been rotted for who knows how long under these waters. Inside, you find a little shrine. There's like a little chapel with benches and stuff which have all kind of rotted away and collapsed. But at the far end of it, you see a miraculous suit of armor, and it's put on this rack, and it's magically imbued so that it does not rust or anything like that, and it's in pristine condition. And you find the armor of Poseidon.
Ooh.
That's pretty cool.
That's some. Thorvin, and as a smith, he's investigating. It's like, that's some craftsmanship.
Me and Thorvin right now are having a full-blown discussion about how they could have possibly made this. And I think this discussion is probably lasting as long as, however, the long it takes them to decapitate this. We're like in depth of, you think they used, what kind of iron they used, and at what temperature, and this part, what kind of hammer did they? Yeah, whatever.
Yes, when you get two people who have the same interest, they can just talk forever about details.
Mm-hmm. Yep, it's got basically the breastplate is one solid piece with carved in abs and just really Greek looking and very, very fine material. If you were to collect this set of armor, it will bring your armor class to 20.
Yeah, I am collecting this armor. And you know, Thorvin, give me a hand. We're putting this up now.
Yeah, we ain't leaving a treasure like this around. But perhaps we should look around for traps.
Oh, that's probably a good point. Sir, I investigate. I'm going to investigate. Hey, I actually rolled decent. Do I see any traps? It's not trapped. Let's put it on.
It doesn't look to be trapped. No, it's a suit of plate mail, +2 plate mail, so 20 armor class, and very exceptionally made. Lightweight. It doesn't seem to be that bad. It makes you look like a very muscular deity.
So it gives you the automatic armor class of 20, and then I have a shield of +2.
If you're using a shield with it, then yes.
And then what if I have other bonuses that, holy cow, my armor class just went up by a bunch. Sweet.
Yeah, I mean, you had anklet plate mail, which is good, but that magic +2 plate mail, and it's even, he says it's even light too, so.
I'm gonna have to get the stats on this, Adrian. My character is a loving salute.
Yes, it is. It is quite the set.
It's like, that's some impressive armor, lad. You'll get, too bad you're married, you'll get all the ladies wearing that.
Oh, I already have my lady, and I feel like she would love this. As I try to, like, I'm, like, imaginary, like, flexing my male muscles, you know?
Yep. What are Loki, Isabel, and Nyx doing out here?
So Loki, like I said, was trying to say is cutting open the belly of this larger shark to see what's inside with an 18 survival.
Yep. So you would find half-digested meats of other sharks and other fish. You would find, if you're cutting open the boss or the alpha, you would find kind of a fishy humanoid chewed up body parts of what looks to be the merfolk of some sort.
So he said it's merfolk?
That's what it looks to be, probably like a mermaid or some equivalent. It's all half digested and rotted away, so it's hard to tell for sure, but it's definitely humanoid and it's probably a merfolk, you can pretty safely say with a 16.
Isabel sharply exhales and goes, "Ooh boy, found them."
Is there
Spread
anything
the
else in there? Just
perimeter
just-
the opposite.
Hold on, what was that? Loki first?
I was saying that, is there just that digested stuff, or is there like metal objects and such as well?
Nope, it doesn't appear to be. The bras would have not sustained digestion. So, unfortunately, nothing. What about that, Nyx?
Nyx is going to search the opposite perimeter on this side.
Okay. So up on that area, you can find more rubble, as probably another wall of the church here had collapsed. What did you roll for investigation, or if you haven't, go ahead and roll.
I have not, and I will roll investigation +3, 17.
Okay. With a 17, you can find scattered amongst the algae and seaweeds a couple potions that seem to be still corked in one piece, and you'll be able to find 3 potions. 2 of them are normal healing potions, and 1 is a greater healing potion.
Oh god, thank goodness. As I still rub my back.
Hurt me arse.
Oh,
Use your hit dice first, and don't use the potions just yet.
I know. I'm stuffing those in my bag though.
After taking care of the shark, Loki will try to flip the submersible back over and get back onto the
Isabel
track.
will help.
Okay.
You're not gonna wait for the strongest one in the group? Okay.
We're having a very intense conversation. We don't even know the sub is flipping
Yeah.
over.
Well, I knew. He said he'd flip it over after he investigated the ruins.
We're gonna get back, and the sub is gonna be like where it was before, and they're just gonna be pissed off, and we're gonna have no idea why.
Can Nyx try to move the sub?
Loki
I'm
has
trying
power
to.
If the 3 of you want to go over and give it a shot, go ahead and roll an
Is that
athletics check.
acrobatics or athletics?
It's definitely athletics.
That's
Okay,
20.
cool.
Whoa!
So you are heaving the sub, and it's not moving at all. You
Okay.
I just imagine as well as holding onto the sub.
So
and
that's
Loki just
7
lifts it and
plus-
just dangling.
yeah, you're the
7 plus
sand beneath
3.
your feet begins to actually give way as you're putting your back into it, but you're able to redouble your efforts and kind of lock yourself in a better
I
position.
just
You give it a
figured
big
that I
shove.
was like dangling from
I
it as
rolled a
Loki-
10.
Yeah.
Okay, 7 plus
Isabel rolled a whopping 4. I gave my all, but I probably fell face first in the sand.
Yep. You eat it. However, Loki is able to right the sub, and that is 1 out of. It's supposed to be 3 checks. So in hindsight, that's probably not very good game mechanics, because otherwise you'll just keep rolling and rolling until you get it. But you make it basically right it, and then you would need to make 2 more athletics checks to get back on the tracks. If you want to go ahead and do the second one, go ahead.
Athletics.
Yes.
I'm gonna keep trying.
Same. I rolled another 10.
Ah! Ah!
Okay. Go ahead, and because they're talking about the armor for quite a while, you can go ahead and roll 1 more time. It'd be really hilarious if Nyx got the 20 next.
She does.
Plus 3.
So tell me how Nyx gets the back treads back onto the track.
She is fed up with just getting tense, so she is going to tell them to stand back. She is going to take a running jump and kick it onto the track.
Halfling rage.
That is amazing. And so
Isabel.
go
Go
ahead.
ahead. No, Isabel sits with her arms crossed and is like, I loosened it up for you guys.
And Miles and Thorvin are able to kind of resurface just in time to see this mighty halfling kick. Nothing like you've ever seen before, but half the tracks are back on the track.
I am so happy that I resurfaced in time to see that. I am really impressed by Nyx.
Still rubbing her back. She hasn't even done hit dice yet.
I'm just grumbling to myself and like pouting, like,
Come on. These people have done a fine job. Come on, Thor.
Yeah.
Me and him. Go ahead and pick the rest of it. The rest of it. Athletics.
Okay. So between the both of you, you were able to set the front 2 tracks and get it back in line, and your submersible is back good to go.
Look what we found. Doesn't Miles look like the image of a god?
Yes, I can see that.
Hey. Oh, never.
Nyx is gonna like sit back against the submersible and like take 3 hit dice to get herself straight again.
Okay. So you guys want to take a
I'll
short
take
rest?
2 hit dice.
That's 12.
Loki to Isabel.
Oh my god. I'll roll another one. I'm just feeling so bad today.
Loki will pick her up.
I got exactly my health back.
The rest
Yeah,
is
I rolled 3
rejuvenated.
d8s.
Yeah, it previously, by the way, since you guys were all like swimming around and all wet, all the moisture had been totally evaporated out of your clothing and everything when the bubble came up, except for Nyx, who fell in the create water puddle, and Isabel, who was in the submersible. But you're able to kind of dry out your clothes. Everybody else is completely dried, and you're good to go.
I lean over to Thorvin and say, "Aren't you glad I closed your beer?"
Yes, yeah, it's been a lovely way. Last time I went to one of these dungeons, a brave bottle of fine wine gave its life to slay the enemy.
Oh, that sounds like
It's-
a right.
It was such a touching ceremony. We said words, gave it a 6-inch grave. Tear rolls down his eye.
Oh my gosh. So you guys want to move on to the next one, or
Yeah.
where do you want to go next?
We want to get into submersible and
Since Nyx is already wet, Nyx is gonna go into the submersible and press the lever.
Okay. So the water already got spilled out once you opened the door.
Okay.
Yeah, once Loki opened it, I went.
Got it.
So I
Okay.
imagine we either go heal or heal next.
I vote the second one.
So many options, Thorfinn.
Oh.
This venture.
Can I have a sleight of hand to give Nyx a back massage?
Why sleight of hand?
I don't know.
You'll
Because
never know.
it requires dexterity. It requires dexterity, I thought.
I mean, I would say
To, like,
just
give a massage?
just do it, unless Nyx is trying to avoid it.
I would say we go here next.
I second Loki.
Okay.
So
Is that a no?
it's a half. Who's the tire?
I think it's me.
Where would you like to go? In between 2 and 3 or 3 and 4?
Which way did Loki say? That way.
I thought you would be pretty pissed at him about the seaweed.
He got it done eventually.
First love it. Your first love it.
You can learn to get down gillyweed.
Oh.
His wisdom score, his save is way too high. I have to make a wisdom save not to chuck it up.
So you get to the junction, you can return back to 2, or do you want to head upwards?
We're going upward.
North,
Lord.
Mr. North.
So you proceed up to the next junction, and you come to a second fork.
Go right.
Going right.
Okay. You proceed further in. Oops, wrong button. And that will lead you to another area. This one is also flooded. Let me move you.
Well, we still got gillyweed, right?
The
Should
gillyweed.
we track back and check another one to see if it has an air bubble?
You took a short rest, so no, the gillyweed is expired.
Oh yeah, that's. Oh, if we took a short rest, then I will.
Ooh, that's pretty.
Hmm.
What is that?
So
Are
you
those
see,
eels?
Temple?
It looks
see kind of
like a
up here-
ziggurat. In Mesopotamia, they had them. They were used to honor the gods and the dead.
You
Looks
see,
like there's some electric eels.
yes, and yes. It's basically kind of like a pyramid style one, like you said. It is submerged. There's water in this whole thing. It's flooded. There are a lot of these eels swimming all around from the whole entire thing. And at the top of the pyramid, you can see that there is an opening in the center.
Loki
Oh,
votes
no.
that they keep moving.
Was that?
Loki votes to keep moving and coming back to this one.
Are there actually glowing crystals around?
No.
Okay.
Good eye though.
This one seems like the most important one. So should we tackle it or come back and tackle it?
I would say come back to tackle it.
Let's
Okay.
check out them all and try to do all the flooded ones left and use 1 dose of gillyweed.
We did all the flooded ones already.
Oh.
All the flooded ones we've seen so far.
Oh,
Yeah,
there's
there
the
was one
one
that we
that was
haven't.
flooded that was just a coral island, Island 5.
That's true.
True. So let's go. Okay, the conjunction that we just went through, we can go up from there and hopefully hit Island 5 if y'all want, and get some traction with the map.
Sure.
Okay, so you want to backtrack?
Yeah.
So as you proceed upwards, it curves around and actually heads left.
Ooh.
And you get to another island. Let me go to that one. Sorry, all my stuff got kind of reorganized. So you come into this island, and as you're approaching in, you enter the bubble, and all you can see is rock, like a huge, enormous shelf on your right side. It pulls up to a bus stop, and you see kind of a carved out opening going into the rock, and that's as far as you can see.
Now this kind of feels like it's the center of the bubble.
But the cigarette looked more important. Plus the church on that other bubble.
Oh, jeez.
What happened?
I'm not saying anything.
Okay.
I will let Katie say if she wants to, but I'm not going to say anything.
It's fine.
Are you guys in the same location?
Or whispering.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And what do you do?
You don't have to look too hard, though.
Is the submersible underwater here,
Nope.
or
This one, the sphere is open, but the entire air bubble is consumed by this large circular rock dome. And then if you go into the entrance, you can only see down a couple steps until it turns.
I think we should explore it, but be careful what we take, because this could be the center.
It's better safe than sorry when exploring the length of this.
You did not see it yet.
I'll open the sub door and start walking
Wait.
slowly.
Oh no.
Okay, so Thorvin moves in.
I guess Thorvin would be the bravest member.
Okay. You'd be able to see in a little bit further.
What count of gillyweed are we on now?
Well, each of us
Tracker
has.
Two
You
left
go ahead.
or Loki.
Yeah,
Nyx.
Loki has
Nyx
one
has
left.
one more.
So Thorvin,
Next, no, I have more than all of y'all. I didn't do it for.
You have 3.
Yeah.
so
You
Thorvin,
have
you
3.
can
The
see
rest of us
these
have 2.
rock
Loki has 1.
walls are got water kind of trickling down the edge. They're moist, but it's open air. It feels like you're going into a cavern.
Feels very creepy, but
I go ahead and light a torch at this point.
So Thorvin, you see kind of a flare up from behind you as Miles lights the torch. You could see with your dark vision, and then you kind of
don't
realize
startle me like that.
he's like, "Oh yeah, humans can't see."
Nick's
I have a
looking
lamp I can
tail
use.
behind Miles.
Can I
Loki will
hurry,
have Isabel
Loki?
on his shoulder.
But
Okay,
I kind of.
Loki.
Actually, 1 second. Let me Miles,
He
you
will.
have a torch.
He will also offer Nyx his other shoulder if she needs a lift.
It's 20 feet for a torch, right? Or is it
Yeah,
10?
20
She's calling
feet.
Miles the Greek god.
I think it's 20 feet for a torch.
That's what I think too.
Yeah.
So Thorvin, you'd be able to see most of this at this point. Let me.
I got 60 foot. What's my? Let's close this. 60 feet.
Just do this for you.
What do you see, Thorvin? To your
What do you?
Very large.
see.
It's a very large cave. I can't quite, even if I
Mhm.
dark vision, I can't see the end of it. But it's
Yep, you can see there's kind of, as you can, this area here, if my setting, that is a depression in the cave, almost like a crater a little bit. It looks like there's sand or mud or something there in the center. And you just
just
hear
beyond
this.
your torchlight. There's a crater.
Does it look like a center of a dungeon?
I don't see anything around it.
Can Nyx throw one of her extra bras in there?
You can, but you would only be able to throw it like 20 feet or something like that.
So I'll get close.
Loki will pick up a rock and throw it instead.
Okay, let me. If Thorvin, if you're kind of scouting it out, I'm just gonna open up the whole map for you. Pretty much once you round
Yeah,
that corner.
he's gonna tell you, why did you let me go a little bit in the lead with my vision?
I would follow him, but kind of keeping an eye out around the room.
Okay, Thorvin, make a perception check for me. Okay, you can see in these kind of pockets, there seems to be some sort of movement on the walls, and you can see it's actually mud kind of dripping down from the top of the ceiling, and there's a big kind of mud pit in the corners there in the little alcoves.
There's movement in the alcoves, but I think it's natural dirt. But be careful if you go into them.
Are you
Yes.
moving? Is that where your token is, so Thorvin?
Yeah.
So
He's
also
moving.
roll a dexterity saving throw, please. As you feel the sand kind of start sinking towards that center pit of the floor, you're able to kind of step away, and some of the mud at your feet kind of sticks to you, but you're pulling yourself out, and you can see that it's sinking in towards that center.
Dexterity save or dexterity check?
It'd be a dexterity saving throw.
He rolled just straight up dex, so he would have to roll the actual save.
Which,
Should be
The
about the
actual
same.
save would be higher.
yeah, with
The actual save
with
would be
the 20.
24.
With the nat 20, like it's good enough. you're able to
Okay.
step away from it. But
Yeah.
yeah, you can tell that everything in that kind of 5-foot radius from the center is kind of oozing in towards the center.
Feels like quicksand there. Can I see anything down it in it?
It looks just to be like a pile of muck that's sinking at that center point, but there's no visible other things.
Hit step back.
Oh. I think we want to
Loki-
avoid the quicksand pit here.
So Loki will actually hold up a finger one sec and create a sacred flame in his hand and throw it towards the center.
Okay. So you don't need to roll for anything. Basically, it would scorch a piece of like the center piece. There's no monsters in there, but it burns away the mud, and you can see that it descends into a pit, and the ooze just kind of slowly rebuilds itself back up and is seeping downwards.
Well, that explains that one.
Nyx is gonna try to check out this little alcove here.
Okay.
There.
Let me
Loki will get a torch out as well if it need be.
Okay. Nyx and Miles, go ahead and roll a perception check as well.
+6, that's 21.
You see this wall is kind of like slime oozing down from the insides of the rock, and coming out from the mud, you can see that there's a creature there, and it's starting to pull itself up from the mud.
Guys, we got incoming!
Mud creature!
Behind me!
I'm
I
assuming,
hide behind Miles.
I assume we're going to go on initiative now.
Yeah, I would like to actually clear that too.
Mhm.
So go ahead and roll initiatives.
Loki. Yeah. Loki will stand between the creature and the halflings.
6 plus Dex is 9. I got 9.
19.
Dang!
21.
Got some good initiatives.
7.
And Loki, you rolled in the tracker, so okay, so range. Okay. So Miles, you see this, I believe, as well. What, you rolled the perception high? 15? Yeah. So you can see this mud creature pulling itself up. Just in the outside of your torchlight, you can see the shape forming from the mud as it takes
Kind of
shape.
just put my torch on the ground.
Okay.
Kind of free up my hands as I get my axe out. And make sure my shield is ready. I'm ready in action for when it comes close enough. I'm gonna swing at it.
Okay.
That square's supposed to be there.
Yeah, I'm making it a torch for you. Let's see, 2 back, and then turning the torch off your mini. Okay, there you go. So you set the torch down, draw your weapon. Okay, and hold an action.
That torch isn't controlled by us, so we don't see the aura.
Oh,
We don't see the
let me-
aura, Adrian.
Let me fix it. Good catch.
I feel like the torch just went out when I put it on the ground.
Oh no!
You could have handed it to me. I could have held it for you.
It's on the ground if one of you wants to pick it up and hold it for me. That would be great.
Can you see it now?
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay. Cool. So Miles, you're holding an action. Isabel.
Okay.
What's on the ground?
Torch.
Torch.
The torch.
Oh, okay. Creature.
Okay, so inside this cave, are we like on grass or sand?
It's muddy, uneven rock with kind of silty sand. In some areas, it's wet and kind of more like a mud. It's very slick. The whole room is covered in this.
Am I?
Yeah. I don't trust that. I'm going to walk over and hold the torch.
Okay.
Just in case it like kind of like falls over or something, and then I do have my lantern just in case the torch does go out.
Okay, you have a lantern as well. What's your lantern radius, or do you know? Can you look it up?
I do not. I just know that I have a lantern from my diplomats.
Okay, I'll just say
It's
it's
just
20
a
foot
lamp.
again. Just like I'll say it's just like a torch then.
I think the lanterns
so-
for diplomats can be also used for signaling lanterns. Whoa, it just got brighter.
Whoa.
So I definitely have a light source, and I'm not going to like attack per se because I'm holding because I'm helping everyone see. But I will give my extra javelin to Loki.
Okay.
Yes.
So this sludge monster comes forwards a second and then just kind of melts back into the ground.
Oh no.
Kind of puts its hands up in front of its eyes and just sinks down into the ground. Next up is Nyx.
Okay. We see a creature, but Thorvin didn't see very much in this room in particular.
Yep.
And I can't hit anything because he disappeared. I'm going to suggest we head back to the little submarine. Before
Just
we
ignore
over-
this ever happened.
Just ignore it ever happened, and quickly just go back. As she's moving her 6 squares.
Uh-oh.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Fortunately, you guys don't see that. I do, though.
Yep, Thorvin's the only one who sees the top 3.
I'm just like, it just went to the ground. There's nothing interesting in this room that's shiny or important-ish, like an object. for the center of the thing. Can we just go back real quick?
Okay. Are you moving double movement or just kind of slowly moving and trying to tell everyone to come?
I'm trying to slowly just
Okay.
move my way while trying to convince them to come along.
Sure. So that's Loki.
Alright, so. I hope you guys. So. That torch.
Persuasion with me.
The chat for your audio just went really crazy. I couldn't hear you guys. You want to just pause for a second until your mic clears up? Hey, Michael, can you try maybe refreshing the Discord? Jump out and jump back in because your mic went really funky.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
So he's gonna have
You're better. Yep.
weapon at the ready.
Okay. Are you?
You're taking that which hasn't moved, right?
No.
Picked it up.
Oh, they did pick it up.
So,
Okay.
so everything that you were saying for a little bit there, I couldn't hear anything because it was all garbage.
Sounded like you were a robot.
So Loki, I'm assuming you're carrying or carrying Isabel, and so you moved with the torch and the lantern over to where Nyx is,
Yes.
and holding action to attack if anything comes.
Yes.
Okay.
That's
Cool.
pretty much what I said.
Thorvin, you are the only one who sees these more slimy creatures just kind of gliding across the ground on this kind of, and they seem to be moving towards you.
You said that one disappeared when it came towards you. Step inside the light. Maybe they affect some.
I doubt it.
Okay.
I
Miles?
think I'm gonna over here, and I really fight this guy. Can I actually make Thorvin scoot over 5 feet so we both can have cover? Well, actually, no, I'll go over to this side. And I feel like we should, yeah. Sorry, Thorvin. Oh my God. There we go. Yeah,
I like to think
we're
this is
good.
actually in game, like Thorvin and Miles are trying to jostle back and forth.
Yeah.
It's like,
Okay. Guys,
Sorry, excuse me. Pardon me. Oh god.
exactly. Kind of want to hold out here and test my new armor. Good to hit a 23 to hit.
Okay.
I'm really enthusiastic about fighting these guys.
Yep.
Not quite yet.
So
I think the light might prevent them from being around. So let's test that theory, and then we can try to deal with them.
It's like a game of tag. The light is base, and they don't touch base.
Okay. So is that your turn?
Yep.
Okay. And Isabel, are you doing anything on your turn?
Can I roll perception to see if I see anything from where I'm at?
Yep.
And if I see anything, I'll just shout out, "Go over there!" I don't see anything.
Adrian,
Yes.
the way it is it's 20 feet is lit, and then like something beyond it is lit dimly.
Oh, that's right. Can you go into the token and put in your second sphere to be 40 feet? Because you would see that approaching you are a total of these 5 slime monsters, and they stop just shy of the bright light.
Okay.
Right, light?
Nyx.
I'm going to say, let's save our strength for the core.
This could be the core in that quicksand pit. We don't know if it's the ziggurat or here.
We should dispose of these guys either way.
Nyx,
What the
get one of their
hell?
eyes.
With a huff, she will javelin thrust the one right here. This guy. The one above Thorvin.
Okay, so this guy. If you want to do the marker, you just hold down your left mouse button like you're clicking it, but hold it down and it'll signal.
Like that?
You have to hold it.
Ah, there we are.
When I learned how to do that, I was like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. Because Michael, you'd always
can
do
see
that,
why.
and I had no idea what you were doing.
Okay.
Okay.
So I will throw the javelin at that guy.
Okay, so the top
And
one.
there's no sneak because I'm in a bright light scenario, so it's just javelin.
Okay,
Just
go ahead
1d6.
and roll your attack.
Roll
How do you guys
attack.
do that again?
Left click, hold it down.
For me, the left click goes to drag the screen, so
Make sure you're on the pointy tool, not the hand tool.
I am in the. Oh.
Okay, so with an 8 plus what?
8 plus nothing because it's not sneak. It's not
You
advantage.
should be like proficient and have dex bonus as well.
Oh, dex, so plus 3.
Okay,
So
so yeah.
8, 9, 11.
So it's very unagile. It's not trying to dodge or anything, and you land the javelin right in the middle of it. Roll your damage, and then you will also need to tell me what your javelin is made of.
I think it would be made of metal?
Okay. So as it lands inside the slimy goo, there's a hissing noise, and the metal shaft drops down to the ground as the tip and the front half of the spear is reduced to just molten slag, and it takes 5 points of damage.
What?
Spear.
It ate my spear. It might eat your armor.
I think that's unlikely. Magic is pretty resistant.
Suddenly
But-
Miles is like, I
Test
want to
that
leave
theory?
now.
But I better not be using Daisy here.
Loki. What does Loki do? You might need to drop out of Discord and rejoin. Or he might be AFK.
What's up? Oh,
Yep. What does Loki do?
so he is not going to touch them physically, obviously. He's going to. Is that an action or a bonus action? All right, so gonna use. He will use an action to summon his doppelganger.
Okay.
Several feet in front of him.
Okay, let me make you another Loki. Paste.
And he's gonna go ahead and cast his spiritual weapon.
Okay, let me go.
In the form of Maui's hook.
See, I gave you an actual hook for that, right? Or no? I don't know if I have one in.
Probably.
I don't think I actually did, but I can get you one. Just give me a moment. So go ahead and do what spiritual weapon does.
24 and does 8 damage.
Okay.
8 force damage.
Can you select which one that you're doing it for?
So it's gonna appear. Loki's gonna appear like right up here,
Okay, so that one.
and yep, it's gonna look like his doppelganger is gonna be wielding this weapon
Nice.
as it comes down on the one in front of it.
Okay, yep. So that's a hit. So that's your turn. Next up is Thorvin.
Yep.
Thorfinn will say, well, I don't really want to use my axe. Or don't really want to use Daisy here. But I've got some dots. And he'll throw a dart at this one up here.
Okay.
I mean,
He used a great sword.
greatsword. I don't think that's necessarily a monk weapon, but
I think it's a dwarf weapon.
Okay. Yeah, you hit him.
4 damage. I imagine the dart melts.
It does.
What's the dart made out of?
Probably bronze or copper or something like that. That's where I used one of them for a conductor way back at the beginning.
So yeah, so you would lose that dart, but it does strike damage into it. Anything else?
No, I think the best bet now is to have the mages with like spiritual weapons and Eldritch Blast and like things like magic taking these things out if they're gonna eat weaponry, and the lights keep them at bay.
I think that would be the thing to do.
So
I mean, I wouldn't mind losing sword fighting them, but I feel like they're gonna do more damage to my sword than my sword is gonna do to them.
So it'd be Miles next. What do you do?
I convey that I don't know how well my weapons are gonna do against these guys, and I think magic would be better against people, and that just be up here as a shield, that they can just cast magic on them, and I just hold an action that if any guys try to come into the light to hurt my friends, I will shield and slash at them with my longsword.
Okay. Which one are you attacking?
I'm holding an action for if they come hurt my friends.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Sorry, I missed that. I was reading something. So
Monk weapons are simple weapons and short swords.
Yeah.
okay, so Isabel.
Okay. I want to roll perception to see if the area that we are currently in has any loose earth or never mind, because we are on loose earth or stone, so not doing that one. Are they intelligent?
Do you think they're intelligent?
Can I roll perception to see if they are, if they have intelligence at 4 or lower?
You can roll a nature check.
Okay, I will roll nature check and see.
Yep. You would approximate that if you were to give them on the sliding scale of 1 to 18, these slime monsters probably have an intelligence of about a 1.
Okay, so not that. I think I'll just cast. I will try casting. Yeah, you know what? I'll just cast Magic Missile and see how that does.
Okay. Which one do you shoot?
So that's the one closest to the Loki clone.
Okay.
You get
That's
3
3d4.
darts. So would you like to spread it out?
Yeah, you can roll them all
yeah.
one at a time if you want. It's just 1d4 plus 1 per shot, unless you're casting at higher level.
I'll cast level 2. How much is it if I cast level 2?
I believe that adds an extra one, so 4d4 plus 4. Perfect.
Second level, higher dispel creatures. 1 more dart for each slot above 1.
Yep, so you get to roll 4 d4s, and then each one gets a 1 bonus. So if you're wanting to split it up on 4 targets or 2 targets, or however you want to do it. Or you can roll it one at a time.
Just go. I'll just roll them one at a time and see.
Okay. So the first one would melt the slime, and it just kind of explodes into a puddle of goo, which just splatters the ground and kind of disappears into the surface, matching perfectly with the mud that's on the ground already. So that's the first one, which is 4 damage. The second one is a 3. Where are you landing that one?
Right here.
Okay. That one blows a big chunk of meat out of it, or mud, I should say, and it's still there.
You're right, Becca. Dwarves do have dwarven weapon training.
Ha!
So your
I've
next
got
one is
battle axe and
The
warhammer.
third one,
Also.
and then four.
okay. So you're just staggering them out. Okay.
Yeah.
You
So
killed
that's
the
how you-
last one as well.
Okay.
Okay. So, pow, 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 pow. All these magical missiles scatter out and kind of like heat-seeking missiles. They curve around and hit their targets and blow 2 of them down.
You're right. Magic works. Use it.
Okay. Their turn. These ones, they would try to go up again, and then they just stay there. They can't proceed, it looks like. Next up is Nyx.
Nyx will cast Magic Missile level 1, scattering amongst the 3 of them.
Okay.
Okay, so 1d4 per each plus 1. So 1 gets 3. This one will get 3. This one will get 3.
Okay.
And then
They all
the other one will get 3.
Okay. So they are all still standing. Loki?
All right. Loki is going to test a theory. He's going to take a step towards them.
Okay.
How do they react to the light approaching?
I'm not sure if it'd be on their turn or if they'd have to use a reaction.
I feel like they could probably use a reaction.
If they use their reaction, they sink into the floor and disappear. And you guys accidentally disappear too, but I'll fix it.
Oh no! The slime got us! We're all dead! This is how we die!
Yep. As you step forwards, the light kind of shines brighter, and they basically lose all of their form and just sink into the ground. And there's a little bit of a thicker puddle, but it seems to be running out along the sides and kind of evens itself back out.
I
So
thought
really, we just need to walk around this room with a lantern and we'll...
We should
Stop
investigate.
go ahead, what are you going to say?
We should see what's down that hole.
We still have the 3 monsters to worry about.
We either kill
They
them
can't
off
get too
and
close
then
though, can they?
Not with the lantern.
It's good that we
Sitting in
have
and
it.
out, so I can't hear what everyone is saying all the time.
What was that, Becca?
My internet is cutting in and out, so I
Oh, it
can't
is?
hear 90% of what people are saying. Keeps going from the voice connected to ice checked. Something like that in orange.
Make sure you're
I'm seeing
you're
that
connected
too.
to our internet.
It should be.
It should be, but I'm not sure.
Should be connected
we
to.
could either
other
back
Mine's been
up and
fine.
let the light. We could either back up and let the light let them come back up and kill them off, or keep the light up and investigate that hole.
So Loki will, in fact, take a few steps back to see what happens
Well,
then.
I think if we just walk around the room with a light, we should be totally fine. Loki, where are you going with the light? Oh, okay.
So, is anyone else doing anything before it's their turn again? Because essentially, if you're gonna just wait
He
for
will-
them to reappear,
Yeah, he will hold an action. And you say, where is Loki going with the light? He's got Isabel on his shoulder, who is his light.
okay. So you basically want to hold all your actions until they pop up again.
Yes.
So they would.
I just
So-
missed everything people were saying.
I'm sorry,
Loki was
Becca.
basically saying, you ask where I'm going with the light,
can
but
hear
I
you
have
talking in the
Isabel
other
who
room,
is
and I can-
here.
Exit Discord and rejoin, because mine's been totally fine. I think you're just having a Discord issue. Check, check.
So,
Hello?
Yeah, it keeps it was blinking there when I first connected.
Here,
but I
let
can
me.
hear now.
If you will pause for just 1 second. Let me look at your computer. 1 second, guys.
No problem.
this part right here keeps going from voice connected, and it'll blink when other people are talking. Maybe it's when you're talking. Go like ice connect.
Do you have
Oh, I just was looking up different face graffiti earlier,
Yeah.
but that was it.
almost done.
Yes.
You know, I was gonna make a comment. If you ever saw that, he was gonna make a comment about, looks just like my cousin Dopey.
Bro,
I totally
Awesome.
missed something sounding funny, I suppose.
If Thorvin had seen the drawing on his face, he would have said it looks just like his cousin Dopey.
Okay, so if you guys are all holding your actions, so Loki made them disappear. As you're kind of moving around, they would reappear on their turn. So I'm imagining that Loki, Thorvin, Miles, and Isabel, you all get to hold actions. What are you trying to do once they all emerge?
Alright, so Loki's spirit weapon and doppelganger go ahead and take a swing at it.
Okay, roll damage.
Spiritual weapon. With a 20 to hit with 5 damage.
Okay, so they
And then
destroy the first one.
Sacred Flame.
Oh, they dodge it, or they have to roll a dex save. They auto-fail it. So that
Okay.
is...
Saying, I can hear you though, Adrian.
I don't know what to say, Becca. I'm sorry about that.
Eric, are you talking?
No, Michael was.
Okay, I saw Eric's thing light up. Me
It's
too.
probably just heavy breathing.
Why I
Okay,
thought they said so funny.
so Loki, you do not kill the middle one. You blast most of it away, however. The head is basically missing now, and it's just shoulders, a torso, and the arms.
I just imagine it raises its arms to where its head is just kind of like trying to be like clutches where its head used to be. It's just like silent scream.
Now you see kind of jaws protruding from the neck as the mud kind of grows back up until this little head, which seems to grow bigger again, reappears. But that's your turn, so that would be after Loki would have been Thorvin.
Orvin doesn't really want to waste his dog. I mean, that's in when spellcasters have weapon that's gonna work just as well and it doesn't get destroyed.
Do you just want to wait?
Yeah.
Okay, then it would be Miles.
Really feel like my weapons are that effective against that versus their magic is super effective. So I'll go ahead and go to this corner and slash at the one on the top right while kind of staying in the light.
Okay.
Out of-
What is the weapon you're using?
It's just gonna be my really just my longsword.
Okay.
That could get destroyed. Your magic battle axe would be less likely to be destroyed, but it's up to you.
Actually, I use my. Did we get the spears from the mermaids, and were those magical?
Javelin.
They were not magical.
Okay, then can I try my vicious trident? What are the stats on a trident?
It's like a 1d6 or a
You
d8.
want to do the trident?
It's pretty hard to melt a magic or weapon, so I think a magic weapon is gonna do fine against them.
I think if it's any metal, it's gonna go.
You know, there are monsters that people have lost most of their from fighting.
So it's a 1d6 weapon. If you're
I guess
using
you
it
could say-
two-handed, then it's 1d8.
I make a knowledge check to see what these creatures are.
Yep, roll ahead. Go roll a nature check.
Nature.
Mhm.
Hey, that wasn't horrible.
So it looks like to be some sort of mud monster, maybe mixed with some sort of like gelatinous cube genetics potentially. Like it's very
Oh
very
no.
strange, but it's definitely got
I'm pretty sure
some sort of melt metal properties.
specifically metal, or would it be magic metal?
Within that kind of knowledge, you would presume if the weapon is well enough made, it would have resistance to that effect.
Okay, we're gonna trident it. I don't have stats because I never put them in for the trident.
Okay. So if you're using two-handed, it's 1d8 damage. If you roll with one attack, with one-handed, it's 1d6.
I just do my battle axe stats. Does magic for it.
Yeah,
It's,
the trident wasn't +1 or anything, so you just roll like a normal attack, like a non-magic weapon, but it's the magical property makes it immune for stuff like this.
So can I just roll my battle axe and we'll subtract 1
Yes.
from the attack?
Yes. Yep, that hits. Roll damage.
D8. It's 3, so 9 to.
Yep. You kill one of them.
Wait, I get two-hand. Well, was I? I was holding a shield still. I probably was only doing one-handed. I don't know.
It doesn't matter. It had 2 hit points.
Okay, cool. I pull it and I back into the light and I examine my poor trident.
Okay. It doesn't look to have sustained any damage.
I figured magic weapons are going to be immune, but anything non-magical is going to be dissolved almost instantaneously.
Do I get a second attack, Adrian?
Mm-hmm.
Or are you going to say I didn't get that because I just
Nope.
examined my
Nope, you can.
weapon?
Go ahead. Just
Can I
roll.
take a-
Just roll the attack and see if you hit. Let's see, not a 1 because this has like a 7 defense. So if you roll and
I
you
have
get a
plus
bonus,
6.
yeah. So you would dispatch that as well. Oops, that's the wrong dice. Okay. Your trident is still in good condition, and you have killed the other monster. It just kind of melts into the ground, and there's just viscous goo across the floor. And you're out of
I
initiative.
step back and I just kind of like get my whetstone out and just kind of cracking the end of my trident for a weapon. Awful creatures.
Someone, I don't have a rope. Let's see here.
Yeah, this is what Loki basically says. Got mud on your face, you big disgrace. Kicking your ass all over the place.
He is turning into a bard. He's getting at the hook.
Spending too much time with.
Isabel just kind of sits there, nods her head, and goes, "Yeah."
Corbin ties his rope around his waist, and then tosses the end out to someone. Tosses the end out to Miles. It's like, hold on to that. I'm gonna go into the pit.
How do you want me to know to pull you back?
I'll start yelling I'm sober, and then you'll know something's wrong.
I
What if I can't hear?
Bourbon, let's be honest. Every time you talk, we know something's wrong.
Oh.
Okay, so you want to descend down into the muck?
Yes.
What
Do you
if I
eat the
can't
gillyweed
hear
first,
you?
or any
Tug
sort?
4
anything else?
times. Tug 4 times.
Once.
Tug 4 times, ladies. Okay.
I have a question for everyone. Should Loki pick up a level in Bard on their next level?
It would be too OP.
I will teach you the ways of the bard. It's okay. I went to college. I know what I'm doing.
So,
Can-
Corbin, if you're going down into the pit, you will need
Yes.
to be able to breathe, because you're going to end up submerging. Do you want to use your gillyweed or no? You just want to hold your breath and go for it.
I can. Is it water that you can breathe? Is it muck?
It's
I don't think
muck.
gillyweed's gonna help with muck.
It would give you advantage on all your constitution rolls.
True.
If you think you can go down there and just do whatever you need to do, you can just try to hold your breath.
For now, I'll try to go down and hold my breath.
Okay. Roll a Constitution saving throw. As your party sees you descend to the edge of the light, sit down into the muck and kind of slide yourself into the goo, you're waist deep, and keep sinking and sinking and sinking. Your party sees you take a big breath as you disappear beneath this black ichor, and you're able to.
Before he goes all the way down, I'm gonna yell, "If the rope stops moving on your end, I'll start pulling on this end."
Smart.
So you're gonna keep 13. I didn't roll great, but
You're good. So you descend down what feels to be forever, but you keep kind of sinking and sinking. Roll one more Constitution saving throw. Okay, you're absolutely fine. Your boots touch a solid surface. At least it feels to be there. Your foot kind of slips a little bit, and you can continue to step down. And then roll a perception check with disadvantage because you can't see anything because you're completely surrounded. But
now's a good time to get good rolls.
Easily, Thorvin, holding your breath, trying not to get any of this muck in your nostrils, closing your eyes. You feel around with your hand as this mud is kind of keeping your movements somewhat limited, but you can feel, and it's actually something that's rounded at the top that your boot struck. You step down again and kind of feel, and then you realize there's a neck underneath it, and then shoulders, and then ribs, and you're touching what feels to be some sort of skeleton.
Is it the only thing that I found in the pit?
Yep. If you touch around the edges of it, you can feel that you're in a kind of a rounded wall with kind of rough surfaces, and it seems to be whatever skeleton this is sitting down in some sort of throne.
A throne?
Did you say in a throne?
Yes. A very elegant, probably something carved. It's hard to see because you're not using your eyes, but you're just relying on your sense of touch. And there's two big armrests, and there's skeletal hands just kind of sitting on it, upright, erect position.
I grab the skeleton and then tug on the rope.
I tell Miles starts pulling up, I think, at this point.
Okay.
One feeling tugging.
Okay, and with your 20 Constitution, you're only going to need to make one Constitution save as on the way up. No problem. So,
I'm a dwarf.
Thorvin pops up from the surface. I imagine you would wipe the muck out of your eyes so you can see again. And just kind of slap on your arm so that all the muck flies off. And then towing up behind you, you can see now there is covered in black the skull, human skull. It's got a necklace on with a big pendant. It's completely open, exposed rib cage below that. And once you get to the hips, you pull it up out, and there are no legs. There are 8 tendrils of bone.
He'll pull himself up and get to a safe place here. It's like, I went bobbing for apples and I pulled out a king.
Is that at Warpensane?
There was this unfortunate fellow was sitting on some kind of stone throne.
Yep.
And as he steps forward and get towards the group covered in muck, he's like, "All right, who wants a hug?"
I'm on Loki's shoulders.
I would be tempted if you weren't covered in dirt.
That's the fun of it.
Nyx, get behind Loki.
He drags the body up here, and so the necklace looks like the most valuable thing.
Yeah, except it's hard to see, but it looks like some sort of silver chain around the necklace, which is fairly sturdy. Probably some sort of magical item, considering it's It's not tarnished at all from this muck or ichor, and there's just a black stone in it in the centerpiece. It's a square silver box with a circular not magical, but a black stone in it, and that's the only thing. No inscriptions or anything, just
I was
smooth
just
silver.
gonna recommend getting it appraised before he puts it on, because you never know what stuff like that can do.
Yeah, I take it and I take it and put my stuff. It's like I've pulled it, pulled it from the pit, and the place isn't shaking, so this is most likely not the anchor.
Okay, so you take it off.
Yeah, I take it off.
Okay, what do you do with the skeleton?
Anyone want a trophy?
I examine the skeleton.
So it's, again, top half is a humanoid, female, male, you can't really see necessarily, and the lower half is just these 8 legs or tendrils, what might have been tentacles perhaps, but there's just kind of like 8 spinal cords just kind of dragging out across the floor. And when Thorvin takes the necklace off of the neck, the tomb begins to crumble and rumble and
Oh,
shake.
it is the token.
So I would like everybody to tell me what you're doing.
Running
Loki's
to
back.
Back to the sub.
Back to the sub! You run and make, At this point, we wanna... Back to the sub.
Yeah, all of us just back to the sub.
Okay, so you all charge forth. You are all, I think, pretty much within a dash action to get there, so you can all pretty much make it up out of the chamber before it starts to collapse. But behind you, as you're kind of boarding in, Thorvin's still covered in this black slime. You can hear rocks crumbling, the cavern disappearing, and as you close the hatch, you can see the dome of rock that you're on begins to cave in on itself. And then there's a pop, and the air pocket disappears, and the ocean swarms in from all sides with a huge big crunch. I would like, let's make Michael roll a Constitution saving throw for the sub.
I never used my
Oh, he's
bardic
on mute.
inspiration I got earlier.
Okay, we'll have Becca roll it.
Constitution. Can I use my Constitution saving throw?
It's just 1d20. Just one flat.
Dang.
Actually, Loki beat you to it. So 13 is a success as the sub rocks from the water hitting it from all sides. However, it doesn't get derailed, and you're able to move. Where would you like to go?
I think we should head the way we haven't been, then go down.
You are facing
Yeah.
up towards the black direction. Do you want to
Black
spin?
direction.
Do you want to spin the sub, or do you want to go straight?
It's already facing that way. We
Let's
came
go
from
that
the
way.
opposite direction.
Okay, so you just
Yeah.
hit the forward. So it begins to churn forwards. You arrive at the next junction. Let's see. Now, Becca, you're next. You roll a Constitution saving throw for the sub. Okay. It is surviving. However, you see behind you, or actually you probably would not be able to see it that well, but another one of the islands pops, and there's a ripple through the water as everything's shaking. Where do you want to go next?
I want to go down to Island 1.
Okay.
While we're going to Island 1, can I tell everyone to take their last dealy weed so we can go to the entrance without any problem jumping from the sub?
You absolutely can.
Okay.
So everybody roll your wisdom saves.
We need to roll for this.
For this one you do. This is the finale.
Question: does Loki have any left?
I haven't been tracking that. Have you guys?
Well, because he tried
I
to
only
eat
took
2 and
one.
then he ate 1. I need to give him one of mine.
Oh no, I think Loki does. We didn't go in that one room. He had 1 left.
So you should have all had 4 and used 1 pretty much immediately, except for Nyx did not. And then Thorvin used 1 for the mermaid, so he would have had 2 left. Then you used another one for the submerged thing, so that's 3. So Thorvin has 1. I think Nyx has 2, and Loki is...
I have 3. Nyx has 3.
At this point, everyone should have 1 except for
Loki
After
might
they
be.
eat one.
I think Loki, you're on your last one right now.
I had
this is-
2, but
I had-
eating this one now will leave me 1 left.
Yes.
If you fail the saving throw, Loki, I have one more for you.
So Miles throws his in his mouth, and you fail the wisdom save, which is a good thing because your body reacts and you sprout gills. Thorvin, you chomp down onto it and just swallow it with one big gulp. You sprout gills. Everybody, it looks like, succeeded. Who
We're
am I
used to it by
missing?
now.
I'm missing one person, I think.
Nyx.
So Nyx, roll your wisdom saving throw. You need less than a 14.
It's the one time you want to fail.
One time, please. Oh God!
So
Nyx.
Nyx, this is, I think, like almost the second time you've used one, and you try to swallow it, and you just can't. Let's see. Katie, roll a Constitution save, just 1d20 flat, as you emerge into the bubble of Sphere 1, and it collapses around you.
Oh
The
no.
sub is knocked off the rails as you're enveloped with water. The seams burst open and water floods in. You're all surrounded by water and beginning to spurt through your gills and everything, except for Nyx. Nyx, you are underwater and you have just a couple minutes before you start to drown. What do you do?
I grab Nyx and I'm probably one of the fastest swimmers here, and just swim for this bubble I know here.
We need to open the door first.
So if you want to carry your ally, just go ahead and roll a athletics check. I'm not going to make you roll disadvantage because Nyx is so small. Okay. So you are
Like
able
a second date.
to get about halfway. You feel, what about Miles, Isabel, and Loki, and Nyx actually also, if you want to do anything too on your action.
I'm with Loki.
I'm going to try to help me swim.
Okay.
I don't know how that works.
Yeah, you're basically,
It's like swimming
let's say,
behind a
canceling
boat.
the disadvantage using your kicks. Okay. What about Miles?
I think Loki and Isabel go before me.
Okay.
I don't know,
Isabel and Loki, what are you guys gonna do? The subs collapsed open. You see Thorvin and Nyx kind of just start making for it.
I'm either gonna be on Loki's back or I'm gonna try and swim, but I don't want to leave Loki behind, and I'm sure he doesn't want to leave me behind either.
Okay. So you guys want to just have Loki swim with advantage?
Yeah.
Okay. I think what we will do is Loki will just roll a normal one, same as Thorvin, where he doesn't get disadvantage because you're helping him. So go ahead and roll a athletics check, Loki, and then Miles, what do you do?
I'm also going to be swimming back.
Okay.
Roll athletics.
With
I'm the only one that might drown in this scenario.
With a 25, Miles, I'll say you're able to keep your Inkeg armor even though you're not wearing it. You're able to drag that behind you as you're swimming about halfway. So Thorvin, Miles, and Loki, roll one more athletics check.
Don't worry, Nyx. I mean, there's air bubble right there, and you'll be able to breathe once we hit it.
Okay. So Nyx and Thorvin make it to that air bubble, and you see the falls just ahead of you. You're covered with moisture as the water is spraying in your face from the bottom of the falls. Miles and Loki and Isabel are floundering, as you can see behind you. There's a big pinprick of darkness behind you, and it's sucking the water back into it. And you feel cold.
Miles and Loki still have Bardic Inspiration dice.
Thorvin turns to Nyx and says, "You alright?"
Yes, thank you.
Can I roll again, X, and then roll a Bardic Inspiration dice?
Yep. You guys are basically being sucked backwards as this suction is coming from behind.
Is that a D8? Bardic Inspiration is a D8. Bardic Inspiration is a D8? Question mark?
It looks like a D6. That's what Loki rolled.
D8, yeah.
Okay.
It was a D8 on level 5.
Holy cow! Oh my gosh!
Okay.
Oh!
So Miles, you are sucked back to basically the starting point. Loki, what was your roll? It was a 10 plus 1, so 11. Loki and Isabel are also kind of sucked back here, and you can see behind you. Let me change the color for this. Like I said, there is a suction of like almost like a black hole coming where the water is getting all pulled backwards.
Is there something that Nyx can do to like tie a rope down so it could like flow towards where it's getting sucked so they can at least try to grab it?
Irvin has a rope.
Yeah, if we can find a way to find something to attach it to.
Hold it onto you guys. Or get it to the entrance and then do it.
Okay.
Can I?
So you guys are gonna try to make a break for it again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you jump back into the water, roll athletics.
Special 20.
Okay, Miles, you're able to charge through. Loki, what'd you roll?
Oh, I was trying to speak, but apparently it was muted. I was trying to say that I had rolled a 16 with the Bardic Inspiration originally.
I might have missed that amongst the rolls, but I didn't see that. I saw Eric got a 16.
See where you type.
I originally had rolled a D6, thinking it was D6 Bardic
Eric.
Inspiration.
Oh no, that's Eric.
Huh?
Hold on.
What about me?
It looked like you had rolled a 1 with the D. Oh, that was Becca's die. So you
Okay.
rolled...
Yeah.
No, you still rolled a 13.
If it's a D6, then
It's
it's
a
a Bardic
D8.
Inspiration D6 or D8. So D8, so it would put up 13.
Yeah, so 13 was a fail.
All right, so I'm gonna try again. Come on, Loki, you can do this.
Yes.
17.
So you're keeping up with Miles, pulling your halfling friend behind. Thorvin and Nyx, what are you doing? Are you going to try to climb up the rope?
We've got to get up to that door frame to have anything solid to attach a rope to, and that's the way out. So we've got to somehow get up that waterfall.
Okay.
Next
So
up on your shoulders. Lower.
Could he throw me up there?
you could certainly try.
It's like I thought of that.
I'm
But
only 3 pounds.
I had thought of that, but I thought you'd say no.
Should have thought about that when you tried to kiss her.
You want to
I'm
roll
20
athletics?
pounds, so he throw me.
So yeah, I'll get my athletics up and try.
Yeah, success. So Thorvin, you throw Nyx. She just goes flying up, hits the bottom of the top of the waterfall, and grabs onto the gate by the door handle.
I'll tie it and then throw the rope down and try to aim it towards them. And whenever they get closer, they can help Thorvin climb up too.
Okay. So you will get the gate open, tie the rope down. The sphere of blackness approaches more. Miles and Loki and Isabel, you're halfway. Roll one more athletics check.
Come on, Loki, don't fail your girl.
Miles breaks the surface and gets into the air bubble.
Next rope in our direction, just to get into the.
Waiting on the roll for Loki.
I clicked it, I don't know if it's coming through.
If not, you can at least use the rope to climb up the
there it
waterfall.
goes.
There it is.
22. You beat the 18 difficulty. So it gets back in. So you burst into the surface, all of you feeling the need to gasp for air out of habit, but you really don't have to. You just kind of inhale air as normal. And you see Nyx at the top holding the rope down. I imagine Thorvin's about to climb up, or waiting for you guys all to go.
He was actually turning back to make sure the others were okay first before but once he sees everyone pop up, yeah, he's climbing the rope.
Okay. Alrighty. So Thorvin out the rope, or with having the rope, you don't need to roll the athletics check. So Nyx, Thorvin, you guys all get through. Miles, Loki, and Isabel, you presume you all go up as well?
Yes.
Alrighty. Well, with that, You get to the top. Thorvin and Nyx pop through the portal entrance, disappearing from sight as they get sucked through. Miles and Loki and Isabel, you see this black void approaching you from the back, all the water getting sucked down into it, and Miles jumps through, Isabel jumps through, and Loki, with one last look, you see it almost upon you, and you close the door behind you as you are all transported back to the surface world.
We never got to see what was in that center one with all those eels.
Way to go, Thorvin.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
I almost got it all killed.
We got out alive and we got the treasure. I thought if it was gonna trigger, it would trigger leaving the pit, not taking off its neck.
Well, this time you know
There
better
you
for
are.
next time. A very pointed look at Thorvin.
Someone still has a, that's really loud, sorry.
So, out of curiosity, how many magical items and stuff did we lose out on because of Thorvin here? Pulling the plug.
Hey, don't blame me. Our goal was to get that.
I mean, you were the one that did pull the plug on the place, so...
I guess
Hey,
you'll never
Isabel,
know.
Okay.
Isabel's gonna look at Loki because I'm still on Loki's shoulders and go, Loki,
Yes.
shut up, and I'm gonna kiss you really hard. Like,
Aw.
stop talking. We're alive.
Yep. As you are sprawled out upon the grass, you actually notice that the rain begins to subside and the storm ends. And you actually see the sun emerge. And it's very, very sudden. It's very much stop, the clouds break, and then you see sun. And the dungeon
Mermaids
has
around
been
still?
successfully cleared.
Oh,
The mermaids around still, or did they swim downriver?
The mermaids are gone.
yeah, they're good.
As promised, as you take as much time as you need to kind of rest and recuperate and just kind of detox after all that, you get back to the checkpoint where the Nerria militia is, and I presume, Thorvin, you've still got the anchor, and you're also, most of the ichor has kind of washed off of you as soon as you are put inside the water. But you're able to collect your reward, which is 500 gold to each person, as well as keeping the whatever items that were within the dungeon. So they do not need to see the dungeon anchor, or they do not ask to keep it. You're able to keep that artifact.
Oh, you have 2 dungeon anchors now at this point. What does necklace do? You may know.
What was that?
I would probably get identified at some point.
Yep.
I think I'm super curious as well.
What was
I
happening?
feel like me and Thorvin would have a wonderful chat about crafting specific.
So I do not have stats for the dungeon anchor yet, so I'll get that to you later on once I make it. But essentially, it's going to be a magical jewel, so you can use it for stuff like enchanting and whatnot as materials. But that concludes the water keep, guys. So you all get your gold, you all get all your loot and everything that you collected, and you have successfully closed another dungeon in the Kingdom of Nerria. So bravo and congratulations. Mission accomplished.
This is like, I'm gonna quit my job.
I'm gonna look at
Well,
Loki
it's like,
and
I've
if there...
spent- Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Thorvin. You finish.
I've spent quite a few months in Nerria. If you're headed back to the guild hall, I might join you, sir.
Oh yes, I definitely would enjoy that, and we can regale each other upon all of our crafting victories. It's great craftsmanship that we made.
On the way back,
Is
though,
it-
we should stop by the riverhead. The mermaids should be waiting for us.
Oh, I am curious of how they're doing. Yes, I think that is a good idea.
Isabel's gonna ask Loki in a very cheesy fashion, do you think it's clear skies for us now?
I think it's smooth sailing. He gives him his previous grin.
You're horrible, but I'm glad.
Back.
Ah, young love.
Alrighty.
Isabel flips off Thorvin.
I think it's
But you
about
said
here.
that Isabel flips off Thornton.
I think it's about here. It would be appropriate for the curtains to close on our unlikely band
And
of adventurers.
Flips Isabel and Loki flipping off Thorvin.
And the sunset in the background as the storms have all burned away, and you just see the finger being given, and it's the end, and that's where we'll stop the stream. So have a good day,
Fin,
guys.
and then it's like cue the shark fin.